I missed one. I'm watching the adverts on the other screen, so I'm timing myself, I hope. There we go. Hey there, friendlies. Welcome to yet another fantabulous episode of my spectacular live stream. Tuesday night live stream. Every Tuesday night. It's you guys, it's me, it's beer, it's blades, and we talk about the bushcraft. Housekeeping first, and then we will move on to saying hi to everyone who's with us. I do hope that my sound is good tonight. I've done some really weird things with wires over here to try to keep this wire and the mic wire separate, because that seems to have been what was the issue in previous weeks. But it sure as hell ain't comfortable. So, if in fact you are watching us time shifted to tomorrow or next week or next month or next year, thank you very much for your eyes and your ears. I do love seeing the comments show up after the fact. I know that you can't participate in the chit chat on the side live, but it's still nice that you're hanging out with us, even time shifted. If at any point tonight you decide that you really like what's going on, I invite you to hit that smiley thumb. If at any point tonight you kind of hate what's going on, I invite you to hit the frowny thumb. That one works just as well. And if you would like to take a more active role in supporting the channel, as several in the side chat already have, then I invite you to check out the join button down below right there. There are 2 tiers. Click on the button and you will see what each tier gets you. And with all that out of the way, and without much further ado, let's pour some beer. Excuse me. Tonight's beer is La Gaspésienne numéro 13. That's the Gaspésienne number 13 by Pit Caribou. That's a microbrewery out in the Gaspé. I've had the Gaspésienne before, and I really like it. I don't know what Gaspésienne number 13 means. Gaspésienne means someone from the Gaspé. Oh, it's 6.2%. That's what the difference is. Okay. Is there an English? Yes. Round-bodied, robust porter offering chocolate and coffee notes along with a sweet finish. The Gaspésiennes are historical fishing boats. I did not know that crisscrossed the St. Lawrence River at the time of the cod fishery. I guess that's why it's got a fisherman on it. Actually, that guy is there on most of them anyway. So, wow, 6.2%, huh? All right. Maybe I won't go downing too much whiskey later. The 10 o'clock dram may be smaller than usual, or I'll just stick with something that's 40%. Look at that color. I feel like I should pull a scrambled oat. Look at that flavor, boy. Oh, crumbs. I blew the head. Oh. Smells good. So, while I wait for that head to go down a little bit so I can pour the rest of the beer in, I have not yet decided what the whiskey for tonight is going to be. If it's something aged, then I will make sure that I decide before 10 p.m. If Al is around and we do the blue, then I won't worry about that. Excuse me. So who we got? Where's my damn cursor? Again, you know what? I'm done with this mouse. I do not like this mouse. I'm going to feel real dumb if Windows is actually what the problem is. But anyway, so who we got? We got Linda from Lipstick Lodge. Yes, Dennis is not on tonight, which is too bad. But I think this weekend, next week, he is taking a family vacation. So It's a well-deserved vacation. I'm sure he's going to have a spectacular time. Jerry is dropping the knowledge on us. Everyone's just sort of saying hi. Who else do we have? We got Canadian. There's Peanut Trucker in the room. Nice to see you, Mr. Marcus EDMA. Always nice to see your name pop up. We got Destiny. Let me just check something here. What the heck? It's weird. It's weird what shows up on the YouTube side chat versus what shows up in the StreamYard one. Okay, so Jerry's going to be back in a bit. That's okay, mister. Destiny is saying hi to people. How's it going, Destiny? Kristen is here, and please note that Kristen has that little membership icon next to her name. What does that mean? What does that mean? You all know what that means. I say it every week. That means personal hero. Jerry's back. Where's my damn cursor? Jerry's going to make a coffee if anyone wants one. It's mighty kind of you to offer. If you're making an espresso, I'll take a short one. Although I'm getting some espresso notes off of this beer, so maybe I'm not going to need one, Jerry. For the rest of the time that I know that, mister, I'm going to be calling him Jerry Gary. Jerry Gary. I may have poured that a little too high. So, you want some tasting notes? Definitely coffee grounds. Definitely chocolatey. Real smooth. Kind of creamy. That sort of the coffee grounds thing bites pretty hard, but just a little bit after the fact. Very nice. I'm gonna have to be careful on that though. If it's 6.2%, better make sure I drink it slow. Who else we got? Hey, there's Charles and Annie. Nice to see you. Work keeps going on that house of yours down there, the landscaping and all that. Sam Jackson, where have you been lately, Sam? Nice to see your name in the side chat. I think everyone should pop a thumbs up just because Sam is finally here. Pop a thumbs up. Does that make sense? That's not like rude or anything, is it? I meant like drop a thumbs up or hit the smiley thumb button. Yeah, that's what I meant. Kristen says that Steve says hi, so Kristen, pass on my salutations to him as well. And there is the man of the hour is Russell from Raspberry Rock. It's morning somewhere. Russell is good morninging the way I approach drinking hour. The sun's over the yard arm somewhere in the world. Hey, and there's Cliff. How's it going? Mr. Foxit and Grace in the house. Nice to see you. We got a good crew happening, all right. Can't find your number one. Better find it. Such an elegant little knife. What a night. Lord Vader in the house. How many days until Christmas? Everyone's just sort of saying, hey, there's Alan Bierhoff again. Nice to see you popping up in the side chat. I hope you enjoy tonight's discussion. Hey, and there's Ian. Hi, Ian. David's in Toronto tonight, so you're still there. How long are you there for, David? I remember you had said you were on the way, you were hitting the road, but I don't remember if you said how long you were going to be there for. Sounds like family stuff, so I'm not going to ask too many questions. There. Oops, that's not what I meant to click on, but hi again, Jerry. What I meant to say was we got Whiskey Harbor in the house. How's it going? And Hike with Mike. Constance as the Northern Sky, as the Northern Star. Popping in every week. Every week I'm wishing I could actually get that dude on screen someday. But that I will not push because I know exactly why. Anyone else popping in that I'm missing? Okay, Sam needs an oil change. Good to know. I think he's talking about the beer I was pouring. Yeah, because Al says looks like tar. Okay. Hey, there's Country Boy. And he's saying hi to everybody, listening more than participating as I'm cutting and forming leather for the quiver I'm making for my hunting buddy. Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. Cliff says, for information, I have no beer, but I do have blades, just not as many as you. I think you've probably got more blades than me. I feel that you've got a lot of blades. And you got some like fantasy stuff as well. I remember that huge axe you were showing off on Colin's live stream once. Oh no. Did I say never mind. We're just gonna keep moving that along. So Russell can't find his knife, but he found a bag of clean laundry he didn't know was there. Also a questionable sock. Throw the sock in the pond. Sam Wow. It's like a ShamWow, but budget version. Oh, crumbs. He went there too. Never mind. Forgot it. Sorry, guys. Linda's having licorice tea. Nice. Al is being yucky. I'm just saying. Yes, thumbs up in some countries is bad. Yeah, I wonder if that icon is different in those areas. Gravel delivery, terrace work. Nice. How's that coming? So I'm already late. Is that what's going on here? Because that comment is at 9:09, and we're at, oh my land. It's not so bad. Not so bad. Although, unfortunately, Al, he's like, I'll stop. Raspberry Rock is, no, let loose. When discussing creamy outhouses, I think let loose is probably the wrong place to go, conversationally speaking. Why don't we just move on? Oh, you're there until Sunday morning. Okay. Hey, Shawnee's here. Grabbed my bolus and chocolate cake. Man, I hope the chocolate cake is for afters. If you're having it like, nah, then we may have to talk later. Linda's having her winter tires put on. Yeah, well, it is so warm here today that I wore a t-shirt and shorts. It was, I don't know, like 15 degrees or 16 degrees or something. So I don't know when the hell we're putting our winter tires on. Darth says 60 days until Santa's on his way. Fox, Cliff says, let me make a small addendum to my previous knife comment. I have lots of throwing knives, but not many blades in the bushcraft aspect. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Funny, David. Oh man, I bought a red globe, but it's the wrong shape, so I just have to buy another one. But these are expensive, man. Word to the wise: do not break the globe on an antique lantern, because this globe. Hey, buddy, this globe was $70, and it's the wrong one. And I found an exact. I found one that's exactly the same as what was in there, and it's another $70. But I gotta get that globe in there. So, Country Boy is pumped.
That was very unfortunate. And
what's going on with Russell? Hey, there's Kelly. How's it going? Nice to see you.
Can you not hear me?
You know, it's funny when you see Darth Vader say the word destiny. I'm never sure if it's a if it's a name or an invitation.
Nope, you can't hear me.
Still no sound from Russell. What's going on with Russell's?
It's plugged in.
Al, if you're here, are we doing blue tonight?
I don't know what's wrong. This should be working.
No noise? Wait, Kristen says she can hear you. Sam can hear Russell. How come I can't hear Russell?
Oh, that is weird.
Maybe I'm the problem.
And do I sound, guys, do I sound normal? Like, Or do I sound far away or buzzy or something?
Hold on a second here. Let me check my settings.
That was weird.
Okay, say something.
I'm here. I'm
Because
talking
if
with
they can
my
hear it and
mouth.
I can't, then clearly I'm the one having the audio issue here, which is
Talking with my mouth.
fabulous.
Hmm.
How's that? Maybe that?
I don't
No?
know. Can you hear anything? You, you can't hear anything.
I'm not sure
So check
exactly
your
what's going on
settings.
here. Hold on.
You can't hear me.
It's got to be me.
Muted him. I could mute him for a minute.
All right, Russell, say something hilarious to
Hello.
the peeps.
I'm saying hilarious things right now. Speaking of rubber bubby baby bumper, that's hard to say. Rubber bubby baby bumpers. I put out a member only video today and accidentally set it public.
Yeah, I'm the one
And the
with
funny
no
thing
sound.
is,
Okay. All right,
yep.
so
See, I can't say anything because he's just
you
going to
say
keep
stuff and
talking.
I'll see what I can do to get myself back in the hearing here.
Yes. So anyway, I put my member only video public, and I forget what time it was. And then I was sitting on the couch. I was playing on my iPad, just playing like a Candy Crush type game. I forget what it's called. And I keep seeing these comments come up. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I keep seeing these comments pop up on my member only video. I'm like, oh, I don't remember that guy being a member. Oh, I don't remember her being a member. Oh, I don't. Like, oh, wait a second. I said it public, and there's like 2,000 views on it already. I'm like, oh shoot, what did I say in that video again?
Some stuff.
Because sometimes I just, I'm off the cuff when I'm shooting member only videos because it's the group, it's the gang.
Yeah. I keep thinking I should do some members only videos, but I wouldn't know what to shoot. you know?
Well, that's a good question. I usually just do like updates, like midweek updates on stuff, what's going on.
Yeah. I just wanted to see, did Al answer me about whether or not we're opening the blue?
I think he's taken off actually.
Oh, all
I'm
right.
not sure.
If he's taking off, I'll
He
open
did
something else.
he did rubber bubby baby bumpers.
Yeah, I
And
saw
then,
that. I saw that. But okay. So we won't open the blue tonight then.
I'm not opening.
Oh, hey, Austin's Corner's here. How's it going, Austin? Haven't seen you in a minute. Okay. So how often do you mess up and put a members only video out in the public realm?
I've done it twice now, and you know what is interesting is actually let me do a quick check on how many members only videos I have because I've got a lot now. Is this going to tell me? One sec. 95.
95?
Yeah, so I've got 95. Okay, so a couple of years ago, back when I was just starting out, and I was starting to do members only videos, I did this once before. I accidentally set a member only video public, and I realized it right away. And I quickly changed it to member only, thinking, okay, I caught it soon enough. Only maybe a couple of people saw it, except that all the notifications went out in that split second.
Oh,
And I
ouch.
started getting messages from people because they saw the notification. They click on it. It says, "No, you can't watch this. You have to be a member only." And it
Yeah.
costs
Yikes.
And I get messages from these people saying, "Oh, why you now that you've turned your channel to paying only? You've lost a subscriber." And
Yeah. Oh, no.
why did you do that? I'm like, "Oh my god, the
Alrighty.
shitstorm from that."
Hey, Jewish Redneck Preppers here. How's it going? Nice to see you.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it. Did you actually lose any members?
And no members. It would have been just regular subscribers that I
Sorry.
lost.
Did you lose any subscribers over it seriously, or were they just moaning?
Probably, I probably did. You know. Yeah, Austin's Corners. It does show up in my content as the same as a regular video, but it's just when you're publishing a video, you public unlisted, schedule a date, member only, and I put it public instead of member only, and walked away from my computer,
Right.
thinking, well, that's what I usually do.
Yeah. I've learned. I've burnt myself badly a couple of times in both YouTube and work situations. Now, when I do something, I never directly walk away from my computer. I always wait 5 minutes, take another look. Okay, good to go, and then I walk away.
Yeah.
No. Destiny's saying,
I just read that.
I looked at the views and multiplied by $5 each and thought, what the hell is Russell worrying about his internet bill for? I don't know if it really works out that way.
She looked at the views and said 2,000 members.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get
Actually,
it.
I think I've got like 60 members now.
Nice.
What do I have? I don't know.
Austin, yeah, it's not really there's like a little member area if I remember correctly, but it's not. It's the same studio. It really is you just got to make sure that you click members only for stuff that you want to put up for members only, if it's um, community tab content or videos. It would be nice if it was two different studios, but I think that would create all kinds of other weird issues, you know, like which studio should I be using right now, kind of thing.
I think it's fine the way it is. I mean, it's the same. It's just a video with.
Yeah.
How many Willow Club? I've got 62 total members. Willow Club. How do I quickly see that?
Nobody knows. It's a mystery.
I don't know an easy way to see that.
Yeah, so, I mean, like YouTube doesn't do perfect solutions, right? But I don't mind the way it is right now. It's not that bad. I think that if I was cranking out like a dozen member videos a month, kind of thing, or something, then I would have to be real careful. But you know, the topic for tonight is supposed to be talking in a sort of a theoretical way. Well, actually, Russell can talk about it in a practical way. What sort of factors you have to bear in mind if you're looking to move into the backwoods long term? You know, and I have nothing informational really to bring to that because I don't live in the woods. I mean, I've read a lot of stuff, but I don't have any practical experience to bring to that. So I'm more curious than I am knowledgeable about this. There are certain things that I would think of is that, like, if there's any way you can dig a well, dig the well. Digging a well is expensive as shift up here. I don't know what it would cost in like some of the states or whatever, but everyone I know personally who has a cabin and had to dig a well have thrown like tens of thousands at it.
That kind of well.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to dig a shallow well, like 5-6 feet deep, maybe.
You probably can. Like everyone I know, like in Quebec, who has a cabin and has dug a well, they're on like a hillside, right? Or they're on something relatively high,
well,
or whatever. So these wells are all like 150 feet deep, kind of thing. Yeah, actually, Shawnee said something that I picked up from your last live stream. Crumbs. Hold on. Boom. Pre-planned power use needs extensively.
Yeah.
But
it's something, in a tiny little cabin like this, it's not something you think of a lot. You're like, yeah, I need outlets here, there, ring, bing, bang, bang. This can be a circuit, that can be a circuit. I had this all planned out in my head really simply.
Yeah.
Nope.
Next thing you know, you blow it. You knock a breaker, and like this goes off, that goes off over there, that goes off over there.
Exactly. Like if I want to do some electrical work, I got to find out which circuit it's on. I was just sitting over there going, okay, the fridge just went off. Okay, I think the light upstairs went off.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Austin, I did not see that, but I did see that it was there. I'm gonna watch it at some point. It's just life has been really high octane lately, so I haven't had a lot of time to, excuse me, to watch a lot of stuff. Though I did watch Russell's members only video today. Um, but yeah, Linda says that it's okay to talk to yourself in the woods. Nobody can hear you except the bears. Alan says the Canadian Shield must make well drilling fun. Not, yeah, I think that would probably be tough.
the the bedrock situation causes many problems.
Hmm.
And as far as a well goes, like, my neighbor Dan did it. He he hand dug a well. His is only like 4 feet deep too, and he gets water year round there, and
Hmm.
that's kind of what I want. But I mean, the problem here is all the rock. Even if I find a spot where it's just not exactly bedrock, there's so much rock around here. Like every time I try to dig something, I hit a rock that's too big to move.
Yeah, you need to get one of those backhoe things in, but how are you going to get that in? You
Well,
know,
Mark Campbell keeps offering to bring his over here, and we just got to connect on that.
nice. Okay, that might be the secret to success.
Yeah, yeah. The backhoe, just keep digging until. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep it up. Just keep it up. Destiny's got a question for you. Was your outdoor potty over a hole or a bucket because of the bedrock?
Yes.
Shawnee says, understanding rainwater collection math, proper flush filter, sediment filter, UV or carbon filter for bacteria. Oh,
So
yeah, that's a
this is
toilet
back to
plan.
the. No, this is the going off grid plan. This is the
Okay,
if you wanted to make your own filter, right?
right. Now, I've seen a friend of mine planned out a whole like closed, well, no, not totally a closed loop, but like water reclamation system, like a basement one. His was in the city. He wasn't, you know, and it was just like just layers and layers, like starting with water. I think he had, he had tilapia in it or something, going into sand, and like just replicating the natural world's water filtration methods. Um, but like that's a lot of freaking work, and it's money. Um, yeah. So Shawnee's also added toilet plan, propane solution, propane options you want like water heater, fridge, cook stove. So there are wait. Oh, I don't. Do I have any mods here?
I got rid of it.
Okay. Um, how does a propane fridge work?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because like I've heard about propane fridges a lot. Like people keep asking you about is your fridge propane and blah. And to me, like whenever I think of propane, I think of combustion. So I don't see how a propane fridge works.
I mean, there must be something like that, right? Some
Yeah.
kind of combustion system in there. I don't know. It's an interesting question, especially when you start saying, "Well, I want to have some solar," because everybody
Hmm.
wants solar. It's nice to have the lights on without a generator running or anything running.
Yeah.
And then, but practically speaking, you can't run a cooktop on solar because it's just too much
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah. You're right.
So you get down to a 20-pound propane tank will last this long, cost this much, or you know
Yeah.
this kind of balance of where you're getting your energy from.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
don't I don't know how much propane a fridge goes through in a month. Does anybody know here? Well, typically in an RV you have a tiny little fridge anyway, right? But
Yeah. Yeah. And I think in any off grid or backcountry situation, you don't want a full size fridge. You don't. I mean, they suck through power like no tomorrow.
well, what is a full size fridge these days? They're pretty big. Like
Yeah.
the fridge in our condo in the city is huge compared to this one I have here. But this is a
Hmm.
stand up decent sized fridge. I wouldn't want to go anything smaller than that. I mean, for the longest time here, I
Your
just
fridge
had
is small though. I
this.
mean, it's a full size fridge, but it's on the small side. Like my fridge
Yeah.
is huge. It's a well, it's one of these with two doors and all that crap.
Yep.
Um,
I think this is 7 cubic feet. Let
Seven.
me put it up there. I can find out exactly. And it's a good size. I wouldn't want to go any smaller, but I probably wouldn't want to go any bigger either.
Alan
Fridge.
says that excuse me that his neighbors use a reverse osmosis system. Like, I wonder what the
Oh,
costs
11.
are for setting up something like that. You know,
Sorry, it's 11 cubic feet for anybody
11.
wondering. Reverse osmosis system. Yeah.
Peanut Trucker says my dad dug a foundation 12 feet deep in the back with a shovel in the granite state, using wedges to break up rocks and carry the pieces to the top. You can do it. What, a 12-foot foundation? Oh, probably because of a full scale basement, right?
Yeah. Part of the problem here, Chris. I mean, was he just by himself too? That'd be crazy. But when I hit rock, if I'm digging down and I hit rock and it's a big rock, I don't know if it's just a big rock or if it's
Bedrock.
bedrock that I've hit. So
Linda has a DC fridge. I think that we probably lose a lot of power switching from DC to AC.
yep, there's definitely a loss in the conversion,
Yeah.
and it might be as much as 15%.
Wow. But can you set up a house on DC only? Like if you're doing something off grid?
Sure. I mean, you want to go with a common DC voltage like 12 volts,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, there's lots of 12-volt appliances and stuff out there. They're going to be more expensive than your regular 120-volt AC stuff.
Yeah, but long term, right? If you're running on a solar and maybe like a solar and wind cocktail for your system. I mean, if you're not blowing 15% of your watts into the wind all the time, it's probably worth it anyway.
The problem is actually having a 12-volt system. Like if you have any kind of decent size solar power system, I mean, they're all the batteries are 48 volts. You put them in
Hmm.
banks of 48 volts,
Okay.
and it has to do with the conversions between your solar, your 120 AC, and 48 volts is kind of nice in the middle, kind of where you don't have to convert a whole lot. If
Okay.
you could find a lot of 48-volt appliances, well, that'd be perfect. Then I could just run 48 volts around my cabin, 48 volts DC, and I'd be happy. You know, right now, if I wanted to run 12-volt DC, I'd have to have some kind of transform it, convert it down from 48 volts down to 12 volts. I know it gets complicated pretty quick.
Mm. Okay. So, are you still losing power then? Are you still wasting?
Oh, sure. Well, I lose power in the conversion, but I also lose power just because the inverter, even if it's doing nothing, it's running. It takes 25 watts to run.
Hmm. So there's no real perfect solution then, really.
No.
Kill drag.
No, if you had a really tiny cabin, did you see my latest video? Not today's video, but Friday's.
Yeah.
I showed that power station, that 2,000 watt hour power station, in a
Mm.
really tiny cabin. You could use that, and it would do you. It would almost do you for everything you needed, and it puts out 12 volts. And you
Right.
can plug panels directly into that thing. You don't need a charge controller. It's got a charge controller built in, an inverter built in. Does everything internal. Of course, there's still a loss there somehow, but
Yeah, I commented on your video that I'd like one of those for my garage. It's funny. It just reminded me
Hmm.
that I had this. Uh, I don't know how many of the people here watch Avid Outdoorsy Guy, but he's got a small series going right now. He quit his job to do a several week solo canoe trip in I think Quetico, one of the Ontario parks anyway. Um, and he has a small Jackery thing, a 240 something, um, that he brought with him to run his CPAP machine with. And so when I saw that, I called his ass up because I've been looking for a battery solution for my CPAP machine because I feel like garbage if I don't use that stupid thing. Makes me sound old, I know, but and he was saying that he would rather have something that was 500 watts or 500 because over the course of, say, if he sleeps 5 hours with his CPAP and then turns it off, he's still losing half the power in his little thing every night. So he needs to, he really needs sunny days to power it back up. But the
Yeah.
thing is, throwing a 500 into his canoe or carrying that if he has to portage like a kilometer or something becomes a problem. But that sort of sent me on this look at like Jackery versus Goal Zero versus Blue Eddy to see where you get features for cost, kind of where the sweet spot is. And it looks like the Blue Eddy stuff for the price um, is the way to go.
The problem with most of them is, I mean, if you can find one that runs all night long, right,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you want. But the problem with most of them is charging them up. Like
Yeah.
it, I forget which system I got, and it came with 4 solar panels. And these things, yeah, if you had a bright sunny day all day long in the middle of the summer, you might charge the thing up to full again by the end of the day.
Yeah.
You might. That's always going to be your problem.
Yeah. Um, and then, and also like what Ethan was saying. Ethan is avid outdoorsy guy. For those of you who don't know, like the solar panels that go with the Jackery that he bought, he doesn't like, so he didn't use them.
Oh
So
yeah.
he bought something else because they're like big and heavy and stuff. And I was wondering, like, Russell, remember when we were watching? Was it Jim Baird doing the Yukon trip?
Yep.
And he casually mentioned that he had these totally waterproof solar panels on his canoe, and which is
Yep.
why he wasn't worried about them getting splashed and stuff. I checked because everyone's got like links to merch, to like their Amazon stores and stuff now, but he doesn't link to the solar panels he's got. But I want to know what solar panels those are. You know?
It's a good question. Did you ask him?
No, not yet. I haven't had time, but it's something I'm planning to do. By the way, he put up a video of that entire trip in one long ass video. It's like four
I
and a
saw
half
that.
hours. Apparently, people were asking him to put up one video, so he did. Four and a half hours is half of my workday.
Well, you know what I wanted to see? I, when I saw the video, I thought, oh, hopefully this is a video of just like no talking video, just shooting the rapids, camping and stuff. That's what I wanted to see. But yeah, you're right. It was just he just strung everything together.
Yeah. Um,
Oh well.
Country Boys says a gallon of propane is a gallon like 4 liters, give or take, 3.8.
Let's see. 5 gallons is about 20 liters.
5 gallons is about 20 liters. Okay. Okay,
Something
so
like
a
that.
gallon of propane provides around 91,000 BTU of heat. The average propane fridge uses 1,500 BTU per hour to operate.
So if I was able to do math, I'd say that's not 30 days, is it?
Mm, I'm thinking not quite, but I failed math every year in high school.
Yeah, well, you know what always gets me is the decimal places. Okay, 60 days.
Oh,
Oh,
so
per
it's 60
hour.
days.
60 hours.
Uh, 60 hours. Because it's 1,500 BTU per hour.
Okay, that's awful.
That's not going to be affordable.
And how big is that? How big is the average propane fridge? Like can't be that big. Yeah, that's a no go right there.
Because if it's something as small as Linda's fridge, hers is DC. It's not propane, but it's designed for a tiny house, right? So it's a 6 cubic foot, which is a
Yeah.
tiny fridge,
So here's one
half the
at
size
Home
of yours.
Depot. It's 9.7 cubic feet propane.
A little
Is it
smaller than
propane?
yours. Very close to the same size as
Yeah,
yours, actually.
yeah, about a cubic foot smaller.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
if
60
I'm
hours, that would be ridiculous.
yeah, if I'm moving to the backwoods long term, I'm not going to do a propane fridge then. Propane
Actually, you know what
stove,
would
sure,
be
but
a good idea is a lot of RVs have a switch. You can switch them between electric and propane.
really?
So when your when there's lots of sun, your batteries are full, you run on electricity. If you get
Hmm.
those cold days in the winter where you kind of don't have enough electricity, switch it to propane. As a backup.
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting. Huh, I didn't know about that.
Or you know what I would do if it was an emergency, I couldn't get propane or gas from town, kind of thing, and
Yep.
kind of needed to keep things cold in my fridge. I've got a freezer on my deck, and it
Yes.
doesn't take a lot of electricity in the wintertime to keep it, things frozen in there. I could turn my fridge into an ice box where I
Yep.
make ice in the freezer, and then I bring it into the fridge, and I don't run the fridge at all.
Do you even have to run the freezer when it's sub-zero temperatures out there?
I leave it on. Um, I probably don't need to run it.
Okay.
Like I've never tested it to see how much power it actually uses when on those really cold days.
Right. Alan says, I used to bear hunt at a camp outside Espanola, Ontario, and the cabins we stayed in were 100% propane. Well, 80% methane after we all passed out. Ah, Alan. Ah. David says that when propane is compressed, it is cooled. So I guess when the propane goes through the compressor, that helps to. Okay, I'm just gonna go with you on that because I don't know enough about this to be like yes, yes, that rings
Well,
true.
what was that in response to, though?
What I was asking, I believe he's asking like I had said. Excuse me. Take two. I had said that to me in my mind, propane equals combustion. So how the heck do you have a propane fridge?
Oh, I don't think that's in relation to that because certainly there's a compressor in a fridge, but um,
Mm.
that's nothing to do with the propane being compressed when it's put in the tank, right?
Oh right. Then I don't know. Austin says in the Dick Prenneke film where he brings sheet metal to make a sink, are there contemporary needs that cannot be replicated in a simple fashion? It's funny that you say the Dick
Well,
Prenneke film because I also remember uh, Sean James made a sink out of sheet copper, wasn't it?
you
Did
know
he
what?
get the idea from Dick?
He never. Well, no, he was a metal worker, so I don't know if well, I don't know if he got it from Dick or not, but I think that was a big fail, actually.
Oh yeah.
In my opinion, I mean, I looked at his final product and I was like, "There's pock marks everywhere. The water's not going to drain out of those pock marks."
Mm, fair
But
enough.
um, I love how the one thing we did get from Dick Prenneke, though, and I saw Sean do it too, is Dick, because he was going so remote and he had some severe weight restrictions because he was going
Yeah.
on a plane. Like he took his tools without handles, right? And
Yep.
then he made the handles once he got there.
Yeah.
And I
He
thought
sure did.
that's really smart too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's old school thinking too, right? Like that's the kind of thing that almost nobody would think of these days unless they'd seen the Dick Prenneke movies, right? Like who the hell would think to bring an axe into the woods without look at that. Look at that.
There he is, the man
Rustic.
himself. Remember we were talking about uh the whatchamacallits, the gnarls, not the gnarls, the burls on the trees?
Yeah.
I believe the burls went into those two stools.
Wow, those are big burls then.
Yeah, it was from one burl and it was
Wow.
huge.
Wow. Burls are hard as hell to work with hand tools. Look at that cabin. Look at those tiny windows.
What windows?
Yeah. No, I see like one isn't that a window in the corner next to his
No,
pan there?
that's not a window. I
That's
don't know
not a
what that is.
window?
It's a box. Well,
I thought there was a window next to a box.
it
Okay, so it's just
maybe
a
it's a
box
window.
hanging outside. So he had one window on the side, right? I thought he had like two or three windows in that place. I know he had one window on one side.
I don't remember, but I don't think that's a window. And yeah, you definitely want windows.
Yeah.
Anyway, one thing I'd like to do, Jess, is I've got a bunch of pictures of cabins. Sometime after 10 or maybe 10:30 or so, I'd like to go through the pictures and just talk about they're pictures of cabins and remote cabins, and
Yeah.
I think it'd be fun to just look at them and not kind of evaluate the picture itself and say, "Oh, it's a beautiful picture," but evaluate the things in the picture and say, "Well, what do you like about this cabin, or what do you like about
Yeah. Okay.
the property," kind of thing.
Yeah. Peanut Trucker is answering your question about his dad doing the 12-foot dig.
I saw that. I it's a lot of work. I can imagine.
Mm.
I'm I'm how old? Here's another question, Chris. How old were they when they did that?
Linda says she can tell when the sun is on her panels because the fridge goes on.
That's probably not a great thing.
No.
So
So good thing you don't live north of the Arctic Circle where you get 6 months of dark. Witness Goodness apparently is building a new cabin on his remote property up on a hill. Just starting it should be a good watch. Yeah.
so Linda, how often do you have things go bad in your fridge, or do you just stay away from things like mayo and yogurt and cheese?
Peanut Trucker says, "Don't worry, Jess. I use a CPAP too, and I'm old too." But seriously, like what I'm looking for is a solution to bring, lay out some panels, power something up, run my CPAP without having to worry if there's a cloudy ass day. So, but like I looked at the Blue Eddy site. Um, I know that they've got a few solutions that are kind of camping specific or whatever, but I got rapidly confused by their website because I was looking at it on my phone, which I should just stop doing. I should stop trying to surf the web on my phone.
I hate looking at stuff on my phone.
Yeah,
I don't know why. My new phone is so much bigger than my old phone.
I'm out of beer.
My new phone is so much bigger than my old phone,
Yeah.
and yet the text is smaller than ever on my new phone. It's like trying to read stuff like, holy crap. Like I need my strongest glasses to read that stupid thing.
Look at what Austin says, because now suddenly what David was saying is starting to make sense. I believe that a propane fridge functions using an interesting coolant. While the propane is burnt, it turns the coolant to a vapor, and then pumped through a condenser, it cools and condenses to a fluid. Oh, Alan's got 1,000-watt Jackery and 200-watt panels.
And Alan, how long does it take you to
I
charge
was
that
going to say
Jackery?
200-watt panels. How long does that take? Because didn't we look at how many watts my little foldable panel is when I was out there, Russell? Do I have like a 50 or a 90 watt?
I don't remember. I think it was pretty small though.
Yeah, it's very small, and I don't remember either. And frankly, I can't be arsed to go looking for it while I
I
should be
don't
on
think it was
screen.
even a 50 watt.
No, I think you might be right. I would look it up on Amazon right now, but I'm just too pro to be staring at my phone while I'm supposed to be on. I'm supposed to be on my game. Um, uh, Alan says, I think Jim uses a Goal Zero panel. So what I'll do is I'll just go to Goal Zero and take a look at their panels, see what they got. The thing is, I find that Gold Zero, which
Cool.
shows you what I think of them, they're expensive. But I don't know if that's because they're that much better than Blue Eddy or whatever, or even like Jackery. But it seems that like on the features front, I'm saying this on like some basic, like doing my own research crap, okay? But it seems that price per feature, Blue Eddy is the way to go. Goal Zero is kind of the Cadillac of the bunch, and
You know
Jackery
what?
kind of.
I, I don't know this for certain, but there's probably like one company in China that makes all the
Makes them
guts to
all.
these systems, and then there's like 10 companies that go, okay, how do we make a case that goes around this and a nice little display, and how do we do the
I
ports that
I
plug
don't
into
doubt
this?
that at all. I do not doubt that. Yeah,
Unfortunately,
yeah. Hey, Destiny is now on her computer. Hey, look who's here. Dennis, I thought you were off on a trip already. But it's nice to see you here, watching on the TV,
hey
so I won't be
Dennis.
commenting much. I I would like at one point, if I'm ever alone while Russell is live streaming or while Dennis is live streaming, and like maybe I'm not streaming that Tuesday, I would love to try watching a live stream on the TV and see if I can figure out how to comment and stuff.
You can't comment on a TV. You got to use your mobile.
You got to use your mobile.
Yeah.
Here's Agnes. 1 gallon equals 3.79 liters. Good to know. And David Evans says, trailer refrigerators run on both propane and 12 volt. Good to know. This tells me that I'm quite late on the. Yes, I am exactly 10 minutes behind. Schnitz.
Oh, I've been talking a lot.
Uh, isn't there a thermometer that you can put in the freezer and it Bluetooth to your phone so you can monitor the inside temp without opening the door? I do not know. I've never heard of that, but I
Oh,
don't. I
that's a
don't doubt
great
that it
idea.
exists, though. Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't doubt that exists either.
there's that kind of thing for meat thermometers, right? So
Uh, fridge Bluetooth thermometer. Yeah, there you go. Damn. I gotta get two of those.
two.
Thanks, Shawnee. Yeah, one for the fridge, one for the freezer.
Hmm.
And one for outside, and then one for inside the wood stove, and one for inside the oven.
So
Can
you're
you
up
get
to
one with like
six.
10 things on? One for upstairs, one for
Right.
downstairs.
Destiny says we're still looking for what is best for us. Off grid, cabin, waterfront, etc. Bottom line: simple practicality, efficiency, backup in case of severe shift hits the fan situation, and comfort.
Okay, so Destiny, I think, is moving to Ontario shortly, buying land and building a cabin. Destiny, here's your backup. I already know what your backup is. It's a generator and like six jerry cans of gas. There you
So
go. That'll last you for days.
right, and that's just the backup for if the panels aren't getting enough solar to pump everything up, right?
Just, just make sure that you can run everything on a generator.
Right.
Yeah. Nobody likes that solution, but that's the backup that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah. Linda says I'm going to be using a bit of gas in the winter for my fridge, but I could lock my stuff in my trailer. It's winterized and I won't be heating it this winter. How many cubic feet is a 14-foot trailer? Haha. I have no idea.
I was where?
Are you guys hearing something?
Yep.
I don't know what they're fighting about, but anyway. Um, Shawnee says the plan you have to turn the fridge into an ice box reminds me of the importance of having redundancies, just like having a generator. Redundancy can be really important, um, especially if you're far enough away that you can't just call an electrician or whatever, or a plumber, right? Like you may have to work with something secondary for a long time before you can get it fixed. Agnes says, so tricky. Compression, decompression, exothermic, endothermic need context. Yeah, it's the whole thing about tonight is supposed to be like the things you have to think about while, if you're hoping to live like off grid in the backwoods for a long ass time. And we got really pinned on one or two subjects here.
I was like, we're welcome to Physics 101 with Jess and the dangling rug nugget. Yeah, tonight we're going to be talking about exothermic and endothermic relationships in propane fridges and
Yep. um and like Skip, hi by the way, is just trying to tear us a bigger rabbit hole to fall down.
Skip, just put the link on Discord.
Yeah. Wow, everything just blinked here.
I saw that too.
Everything. Yeah. Where were we? Dick Brennicky was a very small man and didn't have a family, hence his tiny cabin. Yes, he definitely did not have a family, because he was living alone. Well, he did. Why is everything blinking?
Because I'm calling you.
He didn't have a family. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's not living with him.
Not living with him.
Hold on a sec. I'm being called here. I'm just going to mute myself. Russ will be interesting for a minute.
Sure. How small was he? I don't know. He was great, though. I mean, and I want to say brave. Oh, let me go read up in the comments and see where he was. Oh, my goodness. There we go. David says, I can't do moderator stuff on my phone. You should be able to, David. When living in the backwoods, you need to have nature awareness, weather forecasting, noticing changes in the behavior of birds, bugs, and everything around you. I like where you're at, Shawnee. Certainly weather forecasting. I look at the weather report every day. And it's mainly to do with sunshine, sunshine in the panels. But I mean, if we depended more on our garden, then that would be even more of a concern. When it comes to animals, I don't worry too much about what birds are doing. Bugs, certainly. Bug season, kind of our lives revolve around bug season. I wish I could turn bug season off. And then there's things that you have no control over, like the gypsy moths that hit us last year and didn't hit us this year. Everybody thought this year was going to be like horrible for gypsy moths, and I didn't see a single one. So weird, right? Linda says, I put my stuff in the freezer at night. Lots of stuff going on here, arguing with the company about tree cutting. Oh, so you take stuff out of your fridge and you put it in the freezer at night. Gosh, Linda, you don't live a simple life, do you? Oh, there's Christy. EcoFlow 110 watt solar panels. These panels have an IP67 waterproof rating. And are they flexible? Because it looks like the ones on Jim's canoe were flexible as well. Jess, do you think?
I'm trying to remember.
And they're small. Like
I don't remember.
They were small. Like they weren't. Like they didn't go over the sides of the canoe either. Like they fit.
Yeah.
Over top of. He had a whole bunch of crap in his canoe, but they fit right on top. They didn't hang over the sides.
Yeah, he just laid it right on top of his Goal Zero thing. I would love to know which. I'd like to know what what size, like in terms of kilowatts, that thing was, because he was trying to power up 4 whatever these cameras are called, GoPros, right?
Yeah.
And
I didn't know how he did it. That would have been so difficult.
Yeah.
To keep everything charged.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, I've been thinking about that because he had like a GoPro on the arse end of his canoe, a GoPro at the front, at the bow. He had one on his helmet, right?
He also had a drone with him.
He had a drone with him. He had a DSLR too, right?
Tough doing all that.
Yeah.
And he had to have a sat phone or something with him.
Yep. So what's this EcoFlow 110 watt solar panels?
Oh, we just talked about that. Okay. Can you see where we're in the chat?
No, I'm looking. Oh, it is.
Look where it says hide comment. 951.
951. Okay, good to know.
You got it.
Okay, yeah, I'm there. Alan got his Jackery way back when the 1,000 watt was the biggest they made. I've never needed more than what I have. I can charge it 3 different ways. Yep. Interesting. Okay.
It's nice that they do that. I'd say between the Jackery and the Blue Eddy, the only thing that puts the Blue Eddy in my mind ahead of the Jackery is that the Blue Eddy comes with standard MC4 connectors for solar panels. So you can plug like standard 60 cell solar panels, the big ones you see on
Yep.
roofs all the time. You can plug them right into the Blue Eddy,
Mm.
which is
I think that's a
fascinating. So
plus.
I can buy a 340 watt panel and plug it directly in, and bypass these silly little 100-watt things that you can buy.
Yeah, that sounds cool. That's a plus. Hey, little fish in the kitchen is here. How's it going?
Marcel, hey.
I'm just looking. Agnes has chemicals that give endothermic or exothermic, but that's just a chemical reaction. The fridge freezer is still different. So we're still on the fridge.
Wasn't that the same comment you just?
No, did I click the wrong comment?
No, I guess not. Agnes is still on bent on that physics 101.
But I don't know anything about it, so to me it's kind of interesting stuff. Destiny says, fascinating how the First Nations were still comfortable in living and thriving without solar, propane, electricity. Wish we'd studied more in school. Well, you know what? My I guess stepfather-in-law is Mohawk, and they lost a lot through the dubious efforts of the Catholic Church, and so there's a lot of them wishing that they'd studied more of the the traditional skills as well. But they're sort of slowly bringing it back, and it's interesting. It's beautiful to watch these people reclaim their history that way. But that reminds me of the question that I just keep sort of pegging on. It's like, how the hell did they deal with black fly season without just going insane? You know, like they must have had some sort of recipes of something that they put on their skin or something, and I would be fascinated to know what it was. Excuse me says, and by the way, hi, how's it going? You can think about hoping to live off grid by looking at the examples of NASA, multiple backups with multiple uses, because they can do things for several uses with backups. Yeah, that's absolutely. Hey, it's 10 o'clock, so I'm supposed to be pouring whiskey, but I don't know what to pour now.
Something you like or not. I don't care.
Maybe I'll have this. What?
And then we need the Ray to explain how to set up solar. I think he'd be a good presenter. He's pretty good.
Destiny and the Ray. Yeah.
Oh, Destiny, I'm going to see Ray tomorrow. Actually, we're going to work on that off grid thing.
Old Pulteney Huddart. I bought this as my Christmas malt last year, or my holiday season malt. It's a bit of a disappointment, actually. It's not the best Old Pulteney by any stretch.
Do you have to let it sit for like a while?
No, there's no age statement on it, so I let it sit for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Rug nugget also sounds like what the dog left behind. That's gross.
Rug nugget.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it meant. I didn't know what it meant when I typed it. Rug nugget.
Just see. I am lost. I'm lost. Everything just jumped. But Shawnee is making sure we don't lose the track here. Having knowledge about small engines, chainsaws, generators, wood splitter, ATV, or just be like Russell and know how to call when things get serviced. What Shawnee's reminding me of is the Civilization starter kit, I think it was called. That a group came up with a bunch of years now. About how they would brown sugar, touch of mint, a little bit of spice, but like baking spices, nutmeg, cinnamon, something kind of swimming pool-esque at the top, but not strong enough to make it gross. It's an okay malt. It's not overly complex. Yeah, Shawnee. I think it was called the Civilization Starter Kit. I'm just looking it up. So the idea here was that
Shawnee, shut up.
what? What am I missing?
The comment that you put up on screen.
Well, she's thinking about it.
You didn't read the last bit.
Oh, you know that part? Yeah, yeah, of course. I know who to call when things get serious. Of course.
Of course, that doesn't help once the shit. What do you
What,
say?
once the shift hits the fan.
Once the shift hits the fan, I got to get Ray to come.
Yeah,
Ray, pack up your kids and come on out.
just come on out, live with me. Destiny needs someone like David to explain all the propane generator stuff, like the way he presents in his building a cabin video. Maybe that's that's a good direction for Dave's channel. Maybe just what do you power with with these EcoFlow? Everything. I don't know. I would. Oh, okay. So Kristen just Googled waterproof panels. Good to know. She's got her.
Oh, so that's where her earlier comment came from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Wow, how about waterproof flexible panels?
I like for me, like if I'm looking to throw panels up on my canoe and stuff, I guess I don't even really care if they're flexible because if they're not, like I would just sort of lay them over top, maybe tie them
For a
off to
bit.
something.
Well, you know what? It would be nice to have a full 60 cell panel, which is what is that? 60 inches by 40 inches. I think 5 feet. So 40 inches. I know it's wider than a canoe, but if you strap that on there, man, 340 watts of power.
Yeah. You know what actually would be ideal? What I want is I want them to design a solar paint. You can paint the top deck of your sailboat, for instance,
or roll it on.
or roll it on,
I
something like
guess
that.
that's
Yeah.
paint. That's still paint, but yeah,
Or
that's
even
I
like
would do
roll it
that.
on like a plastic film or something, right?
You put your lead at one end, well,
Yeah.
each corner. Your leads at each corner. Done.
That's what I want. That's what I want. That's where the technology's got to go.
That's that's the potato solution.
Yeah.
God, we
Yeah.
should invent that.
We should.
Okay,
Yeah.
30 people watching. Forget what you just heard.
Yeah.
Russell and Jess are going to go off and do something weird.
Although I would like to point out, because David hasn't yet, that there are 30 people watching and only 21 thumbs ups. So what's with you peeps? 22 thumbs ups. Thank you. Um, man, Shawnee's really, she's going in on this, which is cool. Wood stove safety and maintenance. Regulating temperature can be a learning curve. Now, there's something interesting. How long does a wood stove last? Because I'm thinking that, remember, uh, uh,
That's a good question.
Wrangler Star replaced his because his old one was getting kind of tuckered out, and he put in one of those soapstone stoves by the company, the name of which escapes me right now. Oh,
I wonder. I'm looking at my wood stove. I'm wondering what parts would kind of wear out first. Like the wood stove itself, like the box itself is made out of some really thick metal. That thing's
yeah.
going to last a long time. But then you get to the door and the
But are there seals around the door or something, or around the
well, there's a gas
glass?
there's a gasket
Yeah.
around the glass that does wear out, and you got to replace it periodically.
Hmm.
But I mean, you don't have to.
Right.
Like in the shift hits the fan scenario, you can buy. I mean, mine is worn out, and air does get in there, but the wood stove runs fine. We get tons of heat off of it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, like the stovepipe is it double walled? Is it going to wear out? Like how it gets heat, but it doesn't get that kind of heat that's inside. No, it's
Right.
an interesting question.
Yeah.
We need a wizard to.
Except that wizard doesn't come to my live streams.
Yeah.
David runs his generator off propane because it's fed from their house propane supply, 1,000-gallon torpedo. That's that big honking thing out back of his house.
That's a lot of 20-pound bottles. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
It's 50, I guess. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah,
Well, it's crazy, and a propane tank hooked up to my stove, my electric stove in the kitchen. I guess it's not. Well, it is partially electric. Anyway,
yeah,
it lasts like 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm,
$19 to fill. Yeah.
right. And Shawnee finishes off with most important tip: knowing how to enjoy yourself, being in the wilderness full time, and having ways to entertain yourself. Balance life, work, and fun. This is not related to. Well, it is actually. Um, if you have young kids, bring some damn games. Bring some games, not video
See,
games. Bring like board games or something.
uh, I'll tell you the best game to bring. Two books:
Okay,
the Dungeons and Dragons Player Guide and the Dungeons and Dragons uh, Dungeon Master's Guide. The Monster Manual is also okay. 3 books.
three
There you
bucks.
go. Done.
Fifth edition.
Hours and hours and weeks and months and years of entertainment.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Burnt skin says solar skin. By the way,
Uh,
hi, burnt skin.
make up your mind.
Um, solar skin can be burnt skin if one is not careful. But yeah, like I think at some point in the future, solar will be there where you can like where the fabric of your clothes can be a solar panel. Now you're not going to get a whole lot of efficiency out of it because as it folds, you're going to get shadows and stuff. But I think that there are possibilities there that we can't necessarily realize right now. A guy
It's
I
a
used to do a science podcast with used to work on graphene, and he thinks that there are possibilities there for all kinds of things like this. So I don't know.
yeah, absolutely.
That's where I wanted to
We'll
go.
do it. We'll do it. Look how far we've come in the last 50 years.
Hmm. Well, crumbs. I love the fact that it was way under a century between first flight and stepping on the moon. Like, was it 60 years, 70 years? I don't remember the exact dates, but
It's amazing.
right.
It's amazing. Yeah.
So I would love to see that kind of quantum leap in the energy sector. Solar going from panels to just woven into your clothes, painted onto your car.
You know
Wind,
what?
you know.
I was just thinking about flight. You know, from the Wilbur brothers to fifth gen air superiority fighters,
Hmm.
and then I was thinking, wouldn't it be really cool to fly a Spitfire?
Hmm.
Oh, I'd love to do that.
You just mentioned one of my two all-time favorite flying machines.
Me too.
Yeah,
What's the other one?
Lancaster. I had a grandfather who worked on a Lancaster.
Lancaster
Mm,
bomber.
yeah, gives me the fizz.
Oh my goodness, those are huge.
Mm,
Okay,
yeah,
well, that's a bit okay. Yep.
yeah, those are my two favorites. The Aerospace Museum in Ottawa has them both. My band did a gig there after hours for the the Orthopedic Surgeons Association of Canada. They did their annual General Assembly dinner there, and so we got to walk around with nobody there, and I was seeing all these real cool old school, like otters and stuff, and there was this World War I German triplane that there's only one of left in the world, and then I came around the corner, and there was a Lancaster, and I was just gobsmacked. And then next to it was a Spitfire. It's like, you know what? Take me now. Doesn't get any better than that. Yeah. But yeah, I would love to. I mean, I've heard both of those fly, and the sound is what did it for me. I spent a lot of time on air bases as a kid because I was in the Royal Canadian Air Cadets, and I remember at Bagotville, sitting there outside our barracks in the, at night and watching um, CF-18s take off on the runway nearby. And after dark, when the engines on those things rev up, there's a long honking flame that comes out the back of them that you don't see during the day. It just like this dragon tail, and then they sort of go. But there's a magic to the sound of the Spitfire and the Lancaster that just isn't there in stuff like the Civ 18 or whatever else. I have lost my cursor again. Oh, it's frustrating. Okay, there we are. I'm getting rid of this mouse as soon as I can. This is shite.
I think I already said shit earlier.
Yeah, I think you did too. I think I probably did too. Squeeze Me says, I have to leave temporarily, celebrating someone's birthday, having cake right now, but making like Schwarzenegger. I'll be back. It's okay to enjoy a birthday party. We'll catch you next time.
See ya. Yeah, it's a eating the cake and cheers.
I gotta get back. I'm gonna make that guy a mod. Country Boy says, David has nothing like wood heat, and I agree with that. I love it, and I've waxed poetic about wood heat enough on this channel.
You know what? Shawnee brought up an earlier point that we kind of skimmed over, but regulating heat is a big challenge in a cabin. Like we face it all the time. Like in the city, you're so spoiled because you've got that little thermostat that you can set your temperature, and you're always within a couple of degrees of it.
Yeah.
Here, it's like it's either gonna be too hot or too cool. there's no regulating the temperature within a couple of degrees. Nah, that's not gonna happen.
No, not within a couple of degrees. But my stepfather-in-law, who I just mentioned before, he is really good with the flue control or whatever. He can sort of get it from like we're all sweating to it's hot. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he just sort of I don't know if it's the flue or like he controls the airflow, and some people are really good with that for their with their barbecues and stuff as well. And it's just not a skill I have.
I'll tell you what, it's tough, especially with a big wood stove like what we have, because as soon as you're thinking, oh, it's getting pretty warm in here, we should do something, it's already too late. It's going to get freaking hot. We're going to be sweating.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tough. It's really tough. And the heat coming out of this thing is like for several hours after the fire is out.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this comment from Destiny. Like the Blaze King wood burner, the catalytic something is the part I still need to understand. Burns wood clean with very little smoke, or something like that. It sounds like me trying to understand that stuff.
There's something going on.
Yeah. David Evans is reminding everyone to hit that thumbs up. We have 32 people watching, and I'm about to tell you how many thumbs up we've got. 26. What is up with you folks? Russell and I are working it here for you guys,
We're working it.
Alan says
I'm already on my third or fourth beer, so
third or fourth.
Working it hard. How's that scotch, by the way?
That's good. It's it's innocuous. It's good. It's just not very complex. There's not a lot of interest going on in here, and it's just too bad because Old Pulteney makes some real barn burners. So I thought I was going to get a barn burner, and I just didn't. I had a sort of a barn smolderer.
How is barn burner a good thing?
No, I got nothing. I have no idea.
Nice.
I like what Alan says here. You'll replace. It's a two-parter, so give me a second. You'll replace the stovepipe 100 times before you'll need to replace the actual stove because creosote destroys the metal stovepipe. And Country Boy agrees. And so I'm wondering if, like, twice a year or once a season or something, you get one of those chimney sweep brushes, and would that increase the lifespan of your pipe then?
Which is what you're supposed to do. But yeah, does that increase the lifespan of your pipe? That's a good question. Maybe somebody can answer that.
Yeah. Shawnee's telling us she wants to see... What? Shawnee is saying this. She wants to see some cabin pictures. So do you want to do that now, or do you want to wait until 10:30?
Catch Yeah,
Ketchup?
catch up and chat. Catch up and
Okay.
chat.
Okay, hold on. Yes, solar should be everywhere. I also agree with that. Solar and wind everywhere. Uh, gives me the fizz. I think I got gives me the fizz from um, Top Gear. Oh yeah, David's father flew in a Lancaster. Yeah, one of my grandpas did it as well. Yeah, I don't know if I would have wanted to fly in one, but it's really awkward. You had to climb over the wings to get to the cockpit.
You
But
mean you're not sure if you wanted to fly one in war?
I definitely wouldn't have wanted to be a tail gunner. Uh, Agnes says story time by the fire. So many cool things. Yeah, man, everything is cool next to a fire, provided we're not talking about a burning house.
Way to qualify that.
Yeah, I felt that it needed to be clarified. Yes, David, very very loud, hugely loud.
Hmm.
I'm just looking for hey Randall Graham in the house. Hello guys, Russell. Perhaps trading your ATV for a side by side. Now I believe that a side by side is wider, isn't it? Like
Yes, they
substantially.
are wider. Um, what's interesting is I was looking at something.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, shoot. I can't show you. Anyway, I was at I took my ATV in for service, and I was looking at these. They weren't side by sides, but they were really. I'll look for that. Just keep talking. I'll show that.
Okay. So when I still used to hunt, we were thinking about. Well, I had suggested getting a side by side for around hunt camp because we had a couple of the usual ATVs, both of which were on their way out. So the guys were talking about getting a new one. I said, "Hey, side by side." I said they thought of it, but none of the trails that they had sort of made for the ATVs were wide enough for a side by side. So I'm wondering how much wider a side by side is. Destiny's asking Russell if one of those top of the wood stove fans would help push the heat around more. Those things are terrific. My sister and her husband used to hunt by and used to heat by wood, and they put one of those on top of their stoves, and it made a big, big difference. They're like $130, but totally worth it.
So the question to that is no, it wouldn't make a big difference here.
Not for the size of your house, of your cabin.
I mean, it's a little bit cooler in the kitchen or the bathroom compared to right here by the wood stove, but
Yeah.
not enough that you would say, gosh, we really need to do something about this. Anyway, I'm going to show you something. How do I do this? Stop screen, and then I have to share the screen again? God, what stupid technology. Hold on a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I was looking at these.
Oh,
I'm like, what the hell is that?
I don't know
It's
what is that. It's a side by side, isn't it?
it's a side by side, but it's not like your regular side by side. I thought, oh, that's pretty sexy actually, except that oh, that's just me.
Talking about sexy. Yeah. So who makes these? Is this like a Can-Am thing?
Yeah, it's I believe it's Can-Am.
Huh.
Anyway, interesting, and it's got a little trunk on it and
Yeah.
stuff.
I like Picasso.
But yeah, I like it, but
I bet you that's
I don't know.
expensive as shift.
Oh yeah, shit. I didn't ask, but that's got to be like 30 grand, 40 grand right
Yeah.
there. Crazy expensive.
Yeah. Destiny says that you live near a CFB, and a few years ago, that huge World War II plane fly above the city very loud. That was the Lancaster that is currently based in. Hey, Sean. Sean, we got stuff to talk about. We're,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Sean. God, we got stuff to talk about. We
yeah.
were talking about you earlier and your cabin. We have notes. Anyway, carry on.
I was just telling Destiny that there are currently two two Lancasters in the world that are in flying condition. One is based in Kingston. No, not Kingston. Somewhere in Ontario, and one is based in the UK. And for the something anniversary of World War II or D-Day or something, um, they flew the Canadian one over to the UK and then flew both of them around the UK and did some flyovers and stuff. And so if you're talking about just a few years ago, that's what you were seeing. You were seeing the one of the two currently flying Lancasters. And it's cool that one of them is Canadian. I would have loved to have seen the two of them flying together, though. That plane is the stuff of dreams. That and the Spitfire, man. They don't make them like that anymore. They saw the Ginger Prince flying a very low flying plane around our neighborhood. Yes, he was that low, just about nuggeted myself. Good to know. Yes, it will. Okay, so it's the usual then. It's like a little care for your tools and stuff will extend their life vastly. Yeah, so Sean, what we're talking about is stuff that you should think about if you're looking to live full time out in the backwoods somewhere. Things that maybe people don't think about when they're like, I'm just gonna get me a cabin in the woods and I'm gonna be all off grid and I'm gonna have my freedom. And what we're talking about is some of the stuff you really got to keep in mind. Something, for instance, someone had brought up, propane fridge. I was like, how does that work? And then somebody, I think it was it Country Boy who looked up how much propane it takes to run one of those stoves, one of those fridges. And I'm like, wow, I don't want to spend that much money on propane in a year. I'm Russell. I'm just bringing Sean up to speed on what we've been talking about so far.
Yep.
Hold on a second. How's the roof? I'm just trying to figure out what Alan is talking. It's an SBS that hasn't been assembled yet. Who's he talking to? Because he was talking to me about how I was right that using a brush in the pipe will vastly extend its lifespan.
I don't know.
Me neither. I don't know. Country Boy says, Country Boy. Every time I see Country Boy, I think I should be like, Country Boy says. The stuff that is
Scott.
used. Yeah, Scott. Okay. Scott. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Okay, so Scott says that a stove that is used regularly should be brushed every year. It's a pain in the arse, but it's worth it. It was my job when I was younger at my childhood home.
It was my job too. Well, in fact, it was my job to be on the roof and pull the thing up, which it's still my job. It should be done in the spring.
Job.
Should be done in the spring, right? When you're done most of your, like 95% of your burning, do it then, get all this shit out.
Right. Agnes says, Russell, thanks for all that on your wanting another car.
I don't want another car. I don't even want that side by side. I mean, I'd love to try it on the trail and see how it works, but no. I don't need it and I can't afford it.
My thing about those ATVs is I've never been at ease on them. I always feel like I'm too far off the ground for the center of gravity to be right. So I'm always like at the back of my head, I'm always expecting to be deposited on my head behind the thing or next to it. So like it was kind of a benefit to me that my back was way too sore to ride on yours all the way to your cabin. Especially because I enjoyed the walk so much. It's such a nice little chunk of land. But yeah, I've never been at, and maybe if I was licensed and I drove one on the regular, that would, like, maybe it's unfamiliarity. Hey, by the way, Russell.
Yeah.
Look at what I did not lose. Just saying that.
Well, I still have my number 4.
Yeah, I got my number 4 here. I figured if I'm live streaming with Russell, I better have the number 4 pretty close.
When it's the number one's somewhere here in the cabin. I just,
Yeah,
you've seen my cabin. It's kind of hard to find anything around here.
but it's nice and cozy.
It is cozy as a
Oh,
disco ball. Have you seen it?
yes. I think an SBS, judging by what David says, an SBS that hasn't been assembled yet is some kind of an
Yeah,
ATV.
it
Okay.
was mostly assembled. The
Okay.
wheels were on.
Ah, yes. Thank you, David. It's Hamilton. That Lancaster is based in Hamilton. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah. There are notes now. I love it.
Oh, notes on your cabin. No, I was joking about that, Sean. We're just yep.
Yes. Whoops. No. Yes, Destiny. Brush inside. You want to brush out the pipe to keep it working for longer.
Brushed inside.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I've got a couple of videos on it, Destiny. City Girl Live. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what Sean says. My trailer fridge slash freezer uses $9 every 2 weeks to operate, and that includes using the stove. So $18 a month. Geez, that's even cheaper than a smoking habit. Actually, it's not hard to be cheaper than that. Sam says everybody's got a number 4. If by everybody you mean you, me, and Russell, Sam, then you're absolutely right.
And David. Oh wait.
Oh, and
Yeah. Four?
did David get the number 4 or not?
Oh crap! I can't remember. Number
Because
four,
I know
number
he
one.
was thinking about it, but I don't know if he finally did it. I don't remember. It's like our number 4 conversation is so long ago now.
Oh man.
Yes, Agnes. Agnes, because of course I say Agnes because I'm in Quebec. Yes, Agnes. I definitely keep them nice and sharp. Um, More stropping than actual stonework, but every now and again you got to take it to the stones. A dull knife is just a dull knife for us girls. A dull knife is also a dangerous knife, he said, skirting away from the double entendre.
The sharp knife is also a dangerous knife. A knife is a dangerous knife.
Yeah, but like a sharp knife is a safer knife than a dull knife because you have control over it cuts where you aim it, right? Whereas okay, Sam says he got the kit. Okay, yes, now I remember him showing it. Yeah, because I had asked if he had sanded and oiled the handle, and he had said not yet. Boom! I remembered everything, which is nice because usually I forget everything because I have a mind like a steel sieve. Yes, David, we have that in common. Hey, Russell, is Alan coming up to see you this year? Al?
I hope he's coming soon. I mean, really, at this point, he just needs to pick some dates.
Okay.
Oops. Oh, there we go. Yeah. This year, I don't. I hope so.
Yeah, I remember now. David got the kit as well. Yeah, David and I each got a kit. I wish I had gotten the flat ground kit, but oh well. Excuse me says I would have said I have to see a man about a horse, but I really did have a huge piece of birthday cake that's making me super hyper. Uh, you were already gone when I said this, excuse me, but I said like if you got a birthday party, we can just catch up with you next week or something. You don't have to. I mean, it's nice that you're here, but if you're skipping a birthday party to be here, then I feel like I should be telling jokes or being more entertaining in some way.
Yeah.
Country boy says Scott says late night drunk purchases. Ask Amazon how good I am at that. Yeah, if you're anything like Russell and me when we're together, then you're an ace.
Ace.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, okay. So we're doing. Before we dive too deep into this, I just want to say that Jim is here. SV Raven Flintlock is in the house. How's it
Is
going?
he here? Or is he driving?
Oh, good question. Are you here, Jim, or are you driving? Agnes says, "Did you go to Russell's, Jess?" Yes, I did. There should be uh, a video of the first phase of that on Friday, and then I hope another video next week. But that one's going to be longer, so depends on how much time I have for editing. I do love how that hangs over the river like that.
I okay. So this in this picture, I'm enamored by the river itself. It
Yes,
is cool how it hangs over the river. In fact, I don't think you can get a building permit for something like that in Ontario right now because it's so close that you're in the floodplain. But really, I'd like a river where I can fish for, decent sized fish.
that
It's one of
looks
those you can
a little
fish,
shallow
right?
to me.
It does look a little shallow, but if it's like where salmon run, then it doesn't
Then
matter.
it doesn't matter. For the record, Jim is driving, of course. Voice to text. Okay. Well, thanks for hanging with us, Jim. I
Yeah.
hope we're being entertaining and keeping that drive from getting too boring. But yeah, that looks nice. I wonder how long that I wonder how big that cabin is. Like how far it extends off the picture.
Yeah, it's big enough. I don't know. Okay,
Oof.
this is one of those weird ones. Like,
Yeah.
what the F are they thinking? I don't know what's going on there. But I do like the view.
Yep. I would as well.
Let's do with some birch trees, and those aren't poplars, are they?
They look like poplars to me. I mean, the ones behind the house definitely look like birch, but the ones out front, maybe poplars or aspen.
Yeah, you're right. But I don't know, that weird. And you know what? My God, stay away from flat roofs, people. Do
Mm-hmm.
not put a flat roof on your house or cabin. Destiny.
Destiny.
This one has a lot of work in the foundation. Some big rocks were brought
Yeah.
in there and to shore it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
I don't
roof
like
is
the design of the cabin. I mean, I'm not one who's against uber modern design, but I do think that there is something to be said for designing with the natural environment in mind, or at the very least, the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm saying that because near my mother-in-law lives lakeside in sort of a fairly like the whole neighborhood was probably built in the 50s or 60s or something, cabins, but of an age and of a look. And then some Yahoo, I think he was a race car driver or something, built a place that kind of looks like that, but it's about 8 times the size. Four garages, like four one-car garages, as a whole wing. Just doesn't match the neighborhood. Doesn't make the shoreline look good at all. Like at all. And so I have very little patience for this kind of design. As a city house, I would like something like that. And I do love the wall of glass because in the living room there, because what that does is give you an almost unobstructed view of the
I
lake. But
I like the wall of glass too, but I'm not sure what's going on with that confusing wood on the outside. Like, why? This is
I
weird.
don't know. I don't know. Like someone from California designed a cabin. Wow.
Okay, so here's an internal picture,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna. There's a lot of aesthetics in this. There's a lot of knickknacks. Do you go for the knickknacks? You almost have to in
No.
a space that size, right? Like it's a huge space.
I don't like a bunch of stuff all over the walls. My wife loves a bunch of stuff all over the walls, so our walls are covered. But like, isn't that a pellet stove in the corner?
It could be.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. It looks like an actual. Okay. Um.
Top.
d-
What's on top of it though? There's three things on top. Like what are
yeah.
those?
I don't know what's going on. That's why I was like, maybe that's a pellet stove or something because it looks like a big vent and then. But like, wouldn't that place instead of that TV being there, wouldn't it be so stunning if there was like a big honking
Windows.
fireplace with like a wall of stone, like a chimney, like a big honking wall of stone going up the top. You got
The
going up behind it.
prob- the problem there is if you put a wood stove there, um, the chimney's got to go up like a certain distance past the peak of the roof. In fact, even where the wood stove is there, you know, that chimney has to go up really, really freaking high to get up past the peak. And there's math you do to figure out how high the chimney has to be past the peak, at the distance from the peak, and crap like that. And
Hmm.
now that I look at it, it doesn't make sense where it is now because
The stove?
uh,
Yeah, it should be in the other corner,
yeah.
right?
But I tell you what, I'm okay with where the wood stove is, but I think it should be windows all across that wall,
Mm.
assuming there's a good view out there.
Yeah, like assuming it's lakefront instead of just looking out on bush.
How about
Actually,
the
whatever. I would put a wall of windows no matter what. If I'm looking out on a bunch of aspens, I'm okay with that. If I'm looking out on a bunch of spruce, I'm okay with that. If I'm looking out over a beautiful lake with mountains on the other side, I'm okay with that too.
if you're looking out over a bunch of other houses? Probably
Not
not.
okay with that. Yeah.
How about the balcony? Obviously, there's a walkway there, and there's probably bedrooms off of the walkway.
Oh, the sort of mezzanine thing there. Yeah, well, I mean that place can handle it because of the cathedral ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, this is a bit of a weird one. The view is wonderful.
I don't know about it. I don't. I strangely don't hate it, but I don't know what it's doing there. Like, is it real?
It's real because look at the stones that have been, built up to support it.
That glass needs to be. You know that glass that sort of tints when it's in sunlight,
Hmm.
like whatever it's called, like temperature adjusting. Because could you imagine that just being straight up glass and the sun, like 4 p.m. sun cruising in there and baking you where you sit on the couch?
Shawnee is right. It is. I believe I got that from an Airbnb site, and I saw different angles of this picture, so it is real.
Hmm.
Uh, totally impractical. Eh, impractical.
Impractical.
Jeez,
Yeah.
I don't know. Otherwise, kind of dumb. You wouldn't live there.
No. Oh, but I would live there. Look at how cozy that looks. But I need to see a fireplace there.
The reason I like this picture, of course, is the canoe.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
It's kind of a funny accent to your living room. And you know
But
what? The straps on it look like they're just straps. Like you could take that down and take it out to the water and just go.
which is probably the reality there.
Yeah, it looks like a real canoe.
Yeah. And it's a cedar canvas canoe. Hello, dreamboat. Such a dreamboat. I mean, I love the cedar canvas canoe, but I would not use one because they're so much more fragile than I would be prepared to deal with.
Yeah, it just
But
needs
yeah,
a canoe, a lead canoe.
yeah,
So I like this picture because it looks like a couple of guys or girls just went out into the bush and built a cabin. I mean, look at the pillars on this thing.
yeah,
It's a bunch of rocks, flat rocks piled up.
yeah. But they're probably cemented and stuff as well. But I love that. I think that's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I would be happier if there was like a lake next to it. But yeah,
Yeah, we don't know what's next to it.
yeah,
And
we
look at
don't know.
that chimney is
Yeah,
has a lot of work right there.
absolutely.
Like a
Uh,
lot of work went into this tiny little cabin.
yeah,
Even the steps up to the porch there, the same kind of rock,
yeah.
that flat rock.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. What I would love is a big wraparound porch, though.
Ooh, wraparound porches. Yeah, I could still do that with my cabin.
Hmm. Can't beat a wraparound porch because you got a nice big porch on yours.
Oh, shoot.
You could wrap that around.
I love this. Jim is like, I'm going to have to watch this time shift so I can see what the heck you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry,
Jim.
Jim. Sorry
We
about
get here
that.
and we're like, let's look at all these pictures.
Yeah. Shawnee says, hold on a second. Hold on. Where did it go?
I'll put it up. That one?
That one, yes. Someone told me a fireplace is not a good option. To always go with a wood stove. Why? This is true. In certain cases, because you're going to get more. Well, Russell, do you want to handle this, or am I?
I'm not sure what the question is. If you're putting in a fireplace instead of a wood stove?
Yeah, the wood stove is going to be a more. A fireplace is less efficient, shall we say, in terms of your heat dissemination, and in all ways, the fireplace just has the old school romance to it. There's nothing like sitting in front of a fireplace. Nothing. Um,
The fireplace is good for ambience. The wood stove
yeah,
is good for everything else.
yeah,
I mean, that's
absolutely.
it. This picture is all about kind of like if you're going to live next to water, and I'm not sure what's going on in the water. There's a lot of weeds and crap, although there does look like a beach. Would you like to live on a lake or like a river?
Are you asking me, or are you putting that out to everyone?
I guess I'm asking you right now because the
I don't
response is
know.
delayed.
I spent the first half. No, that's bombast. I spent the first half of my teenage to adult life, um, thinking that I wanted to live on the British Columbia coast,
Hmm.
right?
Like right on the ocean?
Like right on the freaking ocean, or right on like the Burrard Inlet where Vancouver is, but like not in, like, find a part that is not overly populated. Like that is either a huge lake that house is on, or it's an inlet from an ocean, right? And like the weeds kind of look. It, that picture reminds me of the Burrard Inlet if Vancouver wasn't sitting on it. Um, and like, I don't know. Like I've sort of, whenever we're talking about land and stuff, I default to a lake or a pond, but
Hmm.
I think a river would be just as good. In fact, if you want to do fishing, would a river be better in any way? Because I don't
Well,
fish, but my daughter is very keen. The eldest daughter is very keen on getting started.
for fishing, a lake might actually be better, but I think the big thing for me would be privacy.
Then,
Like a lake like this, there's hundreds of boaters going to be,
yeah,
roaming around all the time.
yeah, absolutely.
A river, you might get a few,
Hmm.
going up and down, but
David Evans says lake, but I mean he is on a lake with his cabin, and it's a beautiful little spot, absolutely beautiful, and he's on the right side of that lake too.
yep.
Now, Shawnee says offset a good distance from the water, but having it on the property. I kind of feel the same way now that my mother-in-law has been flooded 3 times in the past 10 years.
Yeah,
Like,
and I think in Ontario, maybe Dave can correct me, but I think you've got to be like 50 meters off of any water, or 100 meters or something.
uh, I like that. It's not the log cabin that I want to build, but man, for some reason I really like. That's got like a Swedish or a Finnish look to it, or Norwegian or something.
I put this in there for the silliness factor, actually.
But it's hilarious. But and it reminds me. Here's the thing: I wouldn't want it because of all the sort of over designed elements. My wife and I have a friend who, she's a fashion designer or whatever, um, and this reminds me of her cabin in that hers is very very postmodern, um, upper crust, um, bucolic, shall we say? They blew the top off a tiny mountain to put their foundation on. Very modern. It's the kind of cabin that screams après ski rather than wilderness living. And this place reminds me of the same thing. But I'm just imagining myself sitting in that living room with those tall windows and the light coming in, surrounded by those trees. The thing is, by those trees, I'm thinking maybe this is not in our part of the world. But if that was surrounded by like birches and um, whatever trombe are in English, aspens, and like some spruce and merisier. What is merisier? That's like a wild cherry and all that stuff. In fall, looking through those windows would be spectacular. But I find myself wondering what the point is of all the extra beams, aside from just as a design element. And the railings are very over designed, very very over designed. This is not a rustic cabin in the traditional sense. This is a rustic cabin as in you know uh, the cable knit sweater, right? But the après ski cable knit sweater by I don't know, pick a designer.
I think you're right. I think the trees look more like Florida trees than
Yeah, something like
North
that.
or sorry, not North America, but Canada trees. But I mean, I don't like the whole thing going on in front of all the windows there because every window you look out, you're going to see those stupid
Yeah,
numbers. But I do like the second deck.
yeah, the balcony up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let me tell you a story about a man named Jed. Poor mountaineer barely kept his family fed.
I like this one because it looks like a man or wife, sorry, husband and wife just went out there and built something, and
Yeah.
here's what it is, and it's comfy, and it's
And they got their windows and their door from like Restore,
yeah.
right? And they got so much metal roofing that they just did the walls with it.
No, 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 no. That's board and bad.
I know, but it's why you got to ruin my jokes? Can you imagine what that would sound like in the rain if it was all metal clad on a hailstorm? Um,
But it's nice.
Destiny's.
Yeah, it's very simple, and it's got a big overhang on the one side, so you can park your
Mhm.
car under there or your ATV or pile some wood. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I think that that carporty kind of thing
and,
is important.
and you know what? For most of us, for buying a piece of property and building a little cabin or a hunt camp or whatever, this is what you're looking at, right there. Bang.
Yeah. It's
You
not
know.
off grid though. Look, it's got power coming in.
Yeah, I know. I know. Okay.
Oh my god.
So I
Yes.
love the environment there.
Well, you know what? Even that scrappy little cabin, yes. Because I don't need no stankin' windows. I'll just sit in the door.
Well, I don't. Okay, I don't think anybody actually lives in this little shack because it
Mm.
doesn't make any sense. I don't even know. I don't even understand. It's like built in the water.
You know what this is? This is probably in certain parts of the world, including certain parts of Canada, um, along major hiking or skiing routes, trails, they build some little cabins to sleep in, like just rock bottom, kind of like there's a table and then platforms for you to put your sleeping bag on. That might be what that is somewhere in the world because it
Right.
doesn't look like a home, right?
But what a beautiful area, though. I mean, and the water is crystal clear as
Yeah,
well.
maybe it's glacier fed. Oof, I don't know where you found that photo, but good work.
Hey, Cliff, one rainstorm and that, bam, that's a
It
houseboat. So
it might actually be already, for all we know. I don't
Oh
think
no.
it is. I would worry about long-term durability of the wood if it's sort of built on piers like that or something, you know?
Well, yeah, of course. That's why I said it's right in the water.
Yeah. How's that for a photo? Holy crap.
So there you go, right on a river, and there's no neighbors either
Yeah.
in
Oh
sight.
my god.
That would be like awesome fishing, and it's funny how
Look at
that
how
place.
glassy that water is.
It's funny how like that house is like it's a house, right? It's not a
Yeah, yeah.
cabin, right? And yet it seems to be in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
And
Very nice.
look at that forest. That's my kind of forest too. That's like
Uh,
practically all conifers except for there's some
yeah, I was gonna say it looks boreal, except there is some colorful
yeah,
trees
Boreal
there.
has some of that. I bet you that's in the Boreal somewhere, either here or Alaska or Russia or maybe Greenland. Probably not Greenland, but maybe Scandinavia. Maybe it's in Sweden or something.
And a nice little
As if I
dog.
need. Oh, look at that! Look at that fire pit! Holy snap! That's probably like a $2 million house.
I think there's a hot tub there. Oh,
I
look like
think
a hot
so too. I absolutely do not disagree with you on that.
damn. That is nice. Okay, so I said we weren't going to comment on the pictures themselves, but that is a beautiful picture.
Stunning! Look at that area.
Oh man, yeah, whatever, man. Like, man, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, Country Boy Trap in the City says nothing better than BC, Jess. I don't disagree with you. LOL, you should buy Jake and Nicole's place on Northern Vancouver Island. I would, am I going to say this?
For sale?
I would feel the need to disinfect that place if I bought it.
That was my first thought too. Is it for sale? I gotta go in with like 10 bottles of bleach,
Yeah, absolutely.
and then when I
Um,
run out, buy another 10.
Sam's done a little research. That cottage earlier I thought was Photoshop. That's the mountaintop one, I think, is real, and it's called Alpine Shelter Skuta in Mountain Skuta, Slovenia. Okay.
There you go.
I would love to spend a weekend in there, like rent the place for a weekend or something. But
Well, if there's like good hiking trails and stuff, like I wouldn't want to sit in that little cabin all weekend.
no, and I do want to spend at least some time sitting in a canoe. So like it's like I'm gonna start that again because I think I said like 4 times there. I love the idea of that kind of view of like hiking up to this mountaintop and just looking out at this mountain range and thinking I could live this life.
Do
But
you want
at
me to
some
scroll
point,
back?
sorry, no, I
No,
think I
back
think we're
that.
good.
Okay.
Wow, look at that place. It's got like a little guest house in the back and everything.
I
I do hear banjos though.
Yeah, I get that. This I'm not sure.
Wow.
This looks like another Airbnb to me. I mean, that's
To me as
there's
well.
not enough going on there to be like I'm living there.
And is that glassed in or screened in? I hope it's glassed in because there's a wood stove in the corner.
I'm not sure. There are curtains for every window. It seems
So
like
it's probably glassed.
you got to go around.
And it looks like there's a walkway to the other cabin if you just sort of see it through the trees there. Now, I love the idea of having a wall of glass on a cabin because you're looking out on such beauty.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Think of around where you and I live, Russell, and where several other people in the side chat here live. And it's February, and you're trying to heat a place that's got a wall of glass. You know where I'm going with this? Like, unless you got triple glazed or something.
No, I get you. I get you. Well, you don't need to triple glaze, but you also don't need a lot of heat in a small cabin like that.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on a second. Excuse me to ask if I have thought about purchasing just across the border here in Vancouver. You can find what you're looking for much less cost, but then there's the taxes. Dude, I live 5,000 kilometers from Vancouver. Like what I would. What I would want to buy is somewhere that I can drive to within like 3 hours. Right, buy a plot of land, build myself a little cabin, because if it's anything more than that, I'm not going to be able to get to on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah, you
Right.
can't take off on a Friday and get there in good time to like set up and start a fire and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a 6 hour drive. You can't. Just can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're going to be leaving like Sunday morning first thing to get back in time to
Yeah,
do all your
exactly.
chores and stuff before
uh
Monday. Yeah.
Brent Skin's favorite style cabin is the traditional Finnish log house. I think those are the ones where they've sort of squared everything off, right? um yeah, that's a legit choice. Absolutely. There's a real magic to wow, are you kidding me?
Good day, Dave.
uh is David out? I'm really late on the side on the chat here. Sorry, guys.
I'll put it up. There you go.
All
Hi,
right. Good
Dave.
night, David. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Tim's here. When did Tim show up? I take that place high enough to avoid floods. You see how everyone's like in this world, in this age, everyone's like, I love the place right on the water, but I don't want to lose my place every time it floods.
Yeah.
Um, where Agnes is, they're not allowed to have metal roofing. They want us to do shingles. They have people waiting, wanting us to replace the roof. Oh, they won't let you get it. But I mean, okay,
That's got to be like a suburban area, right?
yeah,
Where
maybe,
you can't have certain things on your lawn. You can't have to have a certain kind of fence. You got to have a certain type of driveway. You get right.
yeah.
You have a certain type of roof, which is stupid. If you want to do a metal roof, it makes so much sense. Just if it doesn't match all your neighbors' roofs, you're like
And that might be it. Like there might be, yeah, yeah.
stupid annoying.
hmm Yeah, Tim is saying winters would suck with all that glass. He's probably talking about the same cabin. I'm just trying to catch up here because I feel like um okay. Jim is out. He says pea soup. All right, see you later, Jim.
Got it, Jim.
Yeah, cleaning the glass would be amazing. Like that much glass, wall of glass thing. It was like time to clean the glass. Piss
It's
off.
I'll tell you what. When you have dogs, the bottom half of the glass is all nose prints.
Yeah, yeah. Um Shawnee says the glass wall built with the right roof height and angle will allow the sun to shine directly into the cabin in the winter, greenhouse effect. When in summer the sun is too high to shine in. That would, I could see that working well. I can also see me not knowing enough about the math to do it right. But yeah, that would be ideal. Absolutely ideal. I used to someone I used to work with had a friend who Russell, I think I've talked about this before. Had a friend who built into the side of a sort of a mountain, and he had land that was positioned. His chunk of land was positioned so that he could build his house on the side of the mountain, I guess west facing. I think west facing, and the inside wall, like he had a long corridor that had a concrete wall and then a wall of glass, so that all day in the winter this the sun would heat up this concrete wall and then it would just radiate heat throughout the night. So it was like totally passive. In the summer it was probably a nightmare, but in the winter it's phenomenal.
Well, it's like fire brick, right?
Yeah.
In the summer, if the sun is shining too deep, it doesn't hit the wall, right?
hmm yeah. Sam Jackson says, aren't there metal roofs that look like shingles? Man, are you kidding? If they weren't going to let me put in a metal roof, I would totally do a Tesla roof, right? Solar shingles that look like traditional shingles. That would probably be expensive as shift, though, eh?
Yeah, they do. They do make them these weird.
Yeah.
They almost look like clay tiles, except they're metal.
Yeah.
Anyway, the thing I liked about this picture, it's on the river, and I don't like the metal railing and the path. This is obviously like somewhere people go. That's a traveling path, as a public path to somewhere. But I like that it's right on
Bucolic.
the
Yeah,
what?
it's bucolic. It's gorgeous. Can you imagine looking out your window at that? Morning coffee. Maybe I
That is.
won't go to work today.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, excuse me says we need to look at the environmental conditions now before building houses. Positioning is everything. Like, how many people built in the forest in BC and lost their houses at some point when half the province was burning? You know, how many people built lakeside or riverside and lost their places due to flooding? Yeah, you have to plan for that. Tim says some people here have ceramic roofs. The slightest earthquake and these are on the ground. That makes no sense to me. Around where a lot of my wife's family down in New York have done is they've risen their houses. They spent like 100 grand to just put their houses on like 14-foot stilts, so that when the next big flood comes through, I like that. Look at that. That's simple as hell. That looks like a little fishing cabin. Yeah, that's on a lake, right?
I know this is Shutterstock or whatever it is, a stock
Who
image, but
cares?
I really liked it too. It is on a lake, but you can't really tell what else is going on. But
I
I
like
love
that
it.
little cabin. Yeah,
I
yeah.
love that tiny little place.
I bet you it's windy as hell. It's probably like in Norway or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. Wow, that's like the Zen monastery of
this was
cabins.
billed at as the hardest home to get to ever, or the hardest B&B to get to ever. Like you got to actually do rock climbing to get there.
So how the hell did they build that? There's a
Yeah.
monastery somewhere in the world that's exactly the same. It's like on the top of some craggy ass stuff with like a tiny little um, path that goes up the side of the mountain. I'm like, how did they transport all the stone required to build this castle?
Oh well, back then, yeah, a lot of people involved. For this,
Yeah.
probably a helicopter. You know.
Mm. Why the hell didn't I think of that? Because I've been drinking whiskey, is why.
Cheers.
But yeah, that's. Could you imagine the sunrise? Looking out at the sunrise from that place, but yeah, I don't see a balcony.
Yeah, I didn't.
I would
There's
have put
somebody
a.
there, but
Well, hey, there's somebody out there. Oh,
yeah,
I see. That whole wall is all windows. Okay, fair enough.
yeah.
Probably a really simple little place, but who cares when you've got a view like that? It's just I don't want to climb to it. I'm not great with heights. Ah,
Oh,
spectacular.
I'm
Come
okay
on,
with
look at
heights.
that. Except being on a rapids like that, beautiful. But wherever the hell am I going to stick my canoe? I don't want to start my ride off in a rapids.
The only problem with this, and okay, I want to talk about the stonework in this cabin as well. But the only problem with this is there's constant noise, like 24/7. You get that, and it's. Oh, hold on, I got this. I got
Oh, you got
this.
it? Okay, I was about to see if I can. I love it. Destiny says, roll out of bed and down the mountain. Yikes.
There we go. That took longer than I thought it would. Yeah, yeah, the constant noise, which for me right now, I probably wouldn't even hear it. I've got so much tinnitus going on in my ears, and it's crazy. But
That's a really nice cabin, though. Like, I
it is nice.
don't. The stone
It's
wall is not pissing me off at all. I would love to see what it looks like inside, especially if that stone is echoed on the inside.
I wonder if that's just a cladding, like an external cladding. Like they built the cabin, then they're like, oh, let's put stone out here.
Hell, if that cabin is less than like 30 years old, that stone may not even be real stones, right? It may be just like a
You know what?
sheet. No,
Take
it
a look
looks
here.
pretty real though. Oh yeah. Actually,
See, they haven't finished it all. They're
yeah,
working it up. The yeah, it's just clad.
interesting. I like it though. I think it's nice. I would put a couple of uh, skylights in that window, in that roof.
It is nice though.
Yeah, and I love the surrounding territory.
And what's with that big box on the right?
Yeah, the big box and the electrical panel there is like, man, why don't you move that stuff around the back? Unless that is the back door.
Jesus, excuse me. Rapids are.
Linda says rapids are loud. She couldn't sleep.
Excuse me. Yeah, my neighbor, not my neighbor, but Wolfie, who lives not far from here, he's got a
Wolfie.
bit of rapids near his place. Hold on.
Grace is also saying wouldn't want to be that close to water, way too loud. If because I'm a 50-year-old guy, sleeping that close to rapids would have me going for a pee like 12 times a night. Excuse me says, think of when there's a storm. Yeah, if like flood comes through there, that would be fast. I'm at the end. Oh, Sam says you can zoom in. What the heck are we looking at these long distance shots for? LOL. Well, it's because man, these territories are nice. These territoires, these paysage. What the hell's a paysage? These landscapes are nice. Is why. Look at a bunch of you know trees.
I do like that one. I want to know what's in the box though.
I bet you it's firewood. Gardening tools, firewood. Well, I don't see any gardening. Whoa,
Floating homes. There you go. That's all one home, by the way. That's not like.
that's all one home.
Yep.
Wow. And is that like a helicopter landing pad right next to their highly blue yacht? In certain parts of Vancouver, there are entire communities of houseboats.
That's fuck.
Russell is sneezing again. The color scheme, though, is crazy on that. That's like somebody eccentric owns this because I would not have done that color scheme. I love the the floating aspect. I love the fact that there's some that's built on an island, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's all floating, and they've just planted a bunch of stuff, and it looks like there's a small island in the middle, and everything's
It's
floating
all
off it.
floating. It's all floating.
It's all floating. Amazing.
This is in British Columbia, and a lot of the tributaries there have floating homes, and they
Of
just
course,
kind
it's
of
in
build
British
them up.
Columbia. Okay. Um, I don't like the color. I would have not painted it that color,
It's what are
but
you
it is.
talking?
Huh?
You don't like the color.
I don't like the color, but I love everything else about it.
We'll paint the trees a different color then. Huh?
Not the trees, you goofball. I'm talking about the blue and pink. I would have gone like black and gray, or black and brown, or brown and brown, or stuff. White. White. But yeah. Oh, Linda's seen that floating home before. I didn't. Yeah, zoom in a little bit. Let's see what we got there. Like, okay, so we have a dock with a helipad on it. Over
Well,
on the other side, yeah.
this has been featured before on YouTube, various YouTube channels. Oh,
Has
oh
it?
shit.
Oh, wow, though.
Bad.
Okay. So like, okay, we got some solar panels, and it looks like we've got a living room out over the water with like looks like fabric panels to keep, I guess, the sun from baking you while you're having supper. Then right above where the solar panels are, it looks like you've got a very small slum.
What are you talking about? Like greenhouse?
Oh, greenhouse. Yeah, yeah. Okay, works. Yeah, a lot of cool features here. It's just that color scheme really pisses me off. Then it looks like there's a faux lighthouse up at the top there. This is a folly, isn't it?
A what?
A folly. You know, like in like the previous couple of centuries, people with a lot of money would build these huge houses and call it, this is Jesse's folly, and because they were just over the top and spectacular and ginormous and practically unaffordable.
Oh, I think in this case it's this is just decades of work. Let's add this, let's add that, let's add something else.
Destiny knows all about it. I remember the setup in the video about it. I need to see that video.
There's a bunch of them on YouTube. The floating homes in British Columbia. I mean, you gotta look them up. I I'm not sure about all the trees in this. It's a bit
Well, that's why
wild.
I thought like it was built around maybe a very small island or something, but I guess those are all just planted. Um,
No, it's all floating. You can tell by all the cables that are
yeah.
holding this whole structure, you know, in place.
Here's the thing though, because we're talking about things that you got to think about if you're going to live off grid out in the woods or way out there for long term. I see a long term problem with upkeep just to keep parts of this from sinking, right? Because
Yeah,
as soon as you
sure.
got something floating, you got upkeep to deal with. Like I would rather build something on an island than something honest to God floating.
I
In
don't
terms of
know.
practicality, I love sort of the whimsy of this place, but
The
you know,
also interesting thing is it's technically on the ocean, so it's salt water. So they get barnacles and stuff growing on everything
yeah,
that's underwater.
yeah. Oh, I love that.
I knew you would.
Oh my god, look at that! Holy snap, people! What that cabin needs is 3 feet of snow and Christmas lights. It also needs an ownership certificate that has my name on it, but I don't know where it is, which is important. But oh snap, look at that! Except like, and it's got a wraparound balcony, but I would like my wraparound balcony to have a roof around it so that I could maybe screen it in so that I can enjoy the outdoors during black fly season or something. But man, crumbs, look at that place. Those windows, look at that chimney. That's a fireplace chimney. That's not a wood stove chimney. Look at how uniform those logs are. Those logs came from a tree farm. Those are farmed logs. I'm just taking a look at some of your comments. Excuse me says on the West Coast you can grow palms. Yeah, I don't like seeing palms though. To me, the Northwest Coast is not palm trees. It's firs and spruces and stuff. And I remember when I saw my first, because they didn't used to have palm trees in Vancouver, right? And on Vancouver Island, that's a fairly recent. That's a past 30 years kind of thing, maybe 40. When I saw my first palms in British Columbia, I was like, this is not happening, but it was. What if there's a drought and the lake dries up? I believe that floating home might be in a cove rather than a lake, in which case it would take a lot of drought to dry up the ocean.
It's part of the ocean, yeah.
Yeah. Um, Apparently, Kristen says that floating home was an exploring alternative.
Yep.
And this cabin is something else, though, dude. Holy crap!
This and you know what? You might look at the logs in this cabin and say, "Oh, they're too perfect." But I was telling Jess about this. My buddy Ray bought this property, and there's all this huge pine forest on there, and they're all exactly the same. They're all 60 feet tall. They're all this big around.
Yeah,
He was lamenting the fact that he couldn't give them away, kind of thing. Like he couldn't get anybody to come and pay him 6 cents a foot, kind of thing.
yeah.
And they were all exactly the same size. I was like, well,
Well, and like Tim is saying, maybe they're fake fascia logs that look too perfect, but I'm sure what that is farmed wood. I used to hunt for a moose on a tree farm, and it's like all these trees were planted at the same time, and over the next 10 years, they all grow to the same size, and then a big honking machine comes through, digs them all up, and then they plant the next generation.
yeah,
So these trees are probably all like 15 years old. Look at that. That's back to the Dick Prennicky. Yeah,
the legend.
the man, the legend. Yeah, come on, look at that. That's
That's
the view. That's what you want. You want to go out onto your long ass balcony. It's got a roof, so it doesn't matter if there's a light rain. You can sit there with a cup of tea or coffee or
And
or
I like that
whiskey.
the yard is like nice and clean too. Like there's
Hmm.
no underbrush or anything. There's a couple of chairs down there by the water.
Yeah. I wonder if those are Adirondack or Muskoka chairs. That would tell us what country this is in.
Although that one log that goes the full length of the deck,
Hmm.
that's a really long log. Well, it could be a couple of logs
I'm
actually.
sure it's not just one log. There's no way. That would be redonkulous.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to my space aged cabin.
This is like I don't know a yurt or something like that.
It doesn't look like a year. It does look tent like though. You're right. You know what you just reminded me of? I was. Do you ever listen to 99% Invisible?
Never heard of it.
Okay, it's a podcast. It's a big name podcast. It's by this guy Roman Mars, and I listen to it all the time because the thing about 99% Invisible is that it's a design podcast about design stuff you don't really think of as design stuff. Like they did an entire episode on sidewalk breaks, like where the wheelchair goes, you know. And they did an episode on the octagonal house. Okay, and how the idea for the octagonal house came out of like the mind of this guy who turned out to have some really weird ideas about health and stuff like that. But one unforeseen side effect of having an octagonal house is that they're hurricane proof. And so looking at this, you just remind me of that episode of them talking about the octagonal houses in the United States and how the whole idea comes from one man in the late 1800s who had some really freaky, weird ideas, but really was very
Hmm.
influential for a certain amount of time. But that does look more tent like a non permanent solution. And part of that is that they've got this very permanent looking platform that their tent is on. But look at what they're surrounded by.
I guarantee that it's not hurricane proof. But yeah, look at what
Hmm.
it's surrounded by.
Yeah, that's definitely more tent like. That's not a hurricane proof. That's not an octagonal house. But holy crap, dude. Look at that paysage.
Yeah, it looks like boreal, except for whatever is in the front here.
No, it could be. But no matter where it is, I would take that in a second.
I mean, especially since there's no trees on that far
Hmm.
area there, that mountain that's going up.
Yeah. Spectacular. Oh, come on. Look at that. I know you don't like the look of the log cabin on the inside, but holy
Oh
schnizzle.
no, yeah, this is okay. I mean, they've gone to a lot of work to like look at the logs here. They've planed each one on each side of the door. I mean, it's all coated with
But is this a house?
some kind of urethane. I don't
Yeah.
know what this is. But we're
I
just
don't like
talking.
that I don't like that chandelier, that's for damn sure.
Okay, so good question though, because how the hell did they get electricity to that chandelier? Yeah,
Mm.
everything else that's on the walls
Can you zoom in a little bit?
on the chandelier. Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that it's drilled through and there's a wire on top of that log. Because see how it looks like it doesn't quite touch. No, it probably definitely touches the roof, but I think that there's probably a wire running like just to the side of where the log touches the roof.
It's gotta touch the roof. I mean,
Yeah,
that log.
the log has to touch the roof.
That's
Absolutely.
the ridge beam. That's
Yeah. So there's probably a wire right next to where the roof leans on the log. But you know what's funny about this? Zoom out a little bit.
good night,
Um, Good night. Who?
Marcel.
I'm just getting to yeah. I lost track of the side chat. Sorry, guys. Little yeah. Okay. Good night, Marcel. Agnes doesn't like either. She's laughing about me not liking the chandelier, or she agrees. Battery powered chandelier. Hadn't even thought of that. What I was gonna say is I like the room, and I hate the decor in the room. Like this weird spiral counter thing in the middle. I hate
Yeah,
that.
that is a bit weird, isn't it? It's like
That
what the heck?
it's their library. I don't like the welcome on the door. I don't like the stuff hanging on the walls. I don't like the chandelier. Like I don't like how they've gone like Uber. I have no idea what you would call this in English, but like champêtre, which to me is like Uber country, but in a grandmother sort of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, was that a mirror on the wall?
I
I
think it's a mirror.
Yeah, it's like I like. Oh no, that's the cut through to the kitchen.
Oh,
So okay, I'm okay with that. I thought it was a mirror on the wall. I was like, come on, man. So like, I don't like any of the little appointments, but I like the room. That spirally counter bad library thing has to go though. That's terrible.
it is a bit weird, unless it's meant to be a bar.
But it's all books. It's not even drinks. Like there are no bottles there.
I mean, it may have originally meant to be a bar, and then the next owner said, "I guess we'll put books here because we're teetotalers."
Yes, that's got to be it.
Uh, yeah, that's got to be it. We give them the benefit of the doubt. I like this chair though.
You like that chair?
That's this bench, I guess.
I think Agnes is taking us down for being judgmental. You guys have a good time making judgments. Good for you.
I,
Can't do any more, Russell.
okay, so here's where we lose it. There's a door chime.
Ah, well, yeah, but I that doesn't surprise me because look at the floor,
Okay, yeah.
right? I
Okay, this.
wonder if this is actually a home or if it's like a short term rental place.
Oh no, this is not short-term rental. I mean, there's too many. No, no, can't be. You don't go to this much work for a short-term rental. Anyway, we're moving on.
Okay, moving on.
Oh, another floating home
Yeah,
in BC.
they've got a floating garden too.
Except I think this is an early picture of where they are. I mean, it looks like a floating garden there a little bit, although how the heck did they get there? I don't know.
Look at that! Look at that surrounding land and weirdness. Like, what is that? A log boom sitting out in the middle of the lake, or
It's
is
they're what they do is they kind of square off their area so that the waves, like waves from boats, don't like
mm,
rock their homes too much,
okay,
right?
legit? Okay.
Their gardens or their
Oh, could you imagine stepping out of that with your morning coffee if there's a light mist on the water?
And you forget you're in the water, and you like step off the dock and splash.
Why you got to go that way?
I always go that way.
Hey,
Always.
Tenenbaum is here. Holy crap, dude! What time is it at your place?
He was here way earlier.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
He
Oh,
was here like 45 minutes before we started,
sorry, dude.
half an hour after we ended.
Sam Jackson said there's too much light for that one chandelier, but I think the fact that it's professionally photographed meant that there was some more lights in there. But yes, it is too
You
fuddy
got-
duddy. Thank you for using the words that I would not have thought of.
All right, here's a picture. And I guess this is the picture of, if you work from home, would you like this to be your view?
Yes.
I mean, get rid of the tulips because it's just silly.
Some people like tulips. I'm not a big fan of cut flowers, but oh yeah, those are snow-covered mountains out there. Where is this?
So this is one of those pictures I think might be fake, except the name of the picture says Norway Fjord.
Hmm.
So, well,
Oh, good old
maybe,
Scandinavia. My heart beats for thee.
maybe
Um,
anyway. This is not a picture we're meant to study or anything like that.
right.
Okay, here we go.
That place looks like it's a little rough, but I would still take it and work on it because look at what it's surrounded by.
Lumberjack cabin, like
Hmm.
a.
It's funny. We're getting to yes. By the way, that floor was definitely slate. For those of you who were wondering, Agnes is wondering why the heck we're doing this. Tim Keegi says this is fun,
I just wonder why we're doing this.
and Destiny knows who that second floating home belongs to. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Tenenbaum says he was asleep. He woke up surprised we were still going. Um, oh yeah, because we're like a half hour late, but this is so much fun that I'm not willing to stop just yet.
Okay,
Kristen,
anyway, we're gonna pass on for this. I mean, I guess the question for this one is, who would take it and who wouldn't?
I would take it because look, you could even knock it down and build something else, but I think that you could probably work with it. But
Okay,
look at
let's
where you are. Well,
let's let's say it's 10 acres and
okay.
it's $100,000.
Hmm.
Yes or no? I mean, and it includes some waterfront there.
It definitely includes waterfront. What makes the what would move the decision? What would move the needle for me is has that place been flooded in the past 10 years, or is that land high enough off the water that it doesn't get
You
flooded?
you, you can definitely see where the water has come up. All that dry wood sitting there has all been underwater at one point. That cabin has got to be like right on the edge of the high water level.
Yeah, you see, in 2022, I wouldn't buy it then because I'm afraid of what happens in
Well,
2023,
yeah, okay,
2024.
okay, but you're not going to live in that thing anyway. It's a tear down. Look at the land, how the land goes up.
Sure goes up. So you think that I would clear a little space and build further up?
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Comes fully
It's
stocked with old things.
yeah.
Whoops, missed it.
Yes, and
Like
I do love old things.
bodies and stuff, whatever.
Yeah, because Agnes is thinking the same as me. Wow, look at that.
Okay, island homes.
Yep.
There we go. Island homes. Yes, no. Remember that an island home, in Canada, it's hard to get to a couple of times of the year.
Yeah.
Like in the late fall when you can't cross the water in a boat, but you can't quite cross the water in a snowmobile either.
Yeah.
Same in the spring.
Yeah. It's funny. A bunch of people are agreeing with you on the logs being that high up. Kristen says, "Look at all that firewood," which is a good point.
Yeah.
Tenenbaum was clear that the other one was Norway, and you're saying that he was right.
Mm.
Tim would take that piece of land. Lipstick says, "Reminds me of my place minus the water." I'm just trying to catch up a little bit here because I feel bad that I've been.
Just your half off screen. Do you realize that?
Yeah, I'm just leaning back. I'm getting comfy. Here's an interesting comment from, excuse me, no water on island homes.
There's lots of water on island homes. What are you talking about? It's ever look at all the water.
Yeah, water everywhere, not a drop to drink, right? Um,
No, no, no,
where
no, no.
is that?
You just have a good filtering system. You
Yeah,
intake water from the lake. You have a good filtering system. You have well in the wintertime, or you have a problem because the water's going to freeze coming out of the lake. But other than that,
well, depending on where this is, because look at those trees. I don't know where this place is. Randall, by the way. By the way, hi, Randall. I don't know how long you've been here.
Brenda?
If homes to surrounding waters have salmon, I would take it. Sick of tuna living in the Marshall Islands. Well,
Wait, when you get sick of
that's a
salmon?
factor. That's a factor. I think living on an island like that little thing there. If you're an avid fisherman, that must be amazing. Just like riffing off of what Randall says here, like because that cabin doesn't look like anything special. Probably looks like a 1960s era cabin, right?
Oh my God!
Beautiful little chunk of land, though. I mean, come on, look at that. I don't have to
Hey,
deal with neighbors. That's
hey,
magic to me.
um, Marshall Islands, as in the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
Well, that would explain the tuna. Um,
My God, what? How are you doing tonight, Randall?
yeah, what's the weather like? Well, now hold on. Is it night for Randall or is it day for Randall?
It's probably evening for Randall. I mean, we're looking at
Where's the date line?
um he's way west of Hawaii. He's closer to New Zealand or New Guinea. Oh,
Is
actually,
he?
he's above New Zealand. So he's on New Zealand time. So he's
So it's daytime.
pretty close to New Zealand time. What if that's Jillian?
Jillian's not here though.
Of course she's not. Anyway, island cabins. Yes, no.
I like the idea. What sucks about them living where we are is not the deep freeze because you just take your skidoo, boot across the lake. Oh, I guess if it's in the ocean, it's not that easy. But then you don't have to worry about if it's on a lake. Then in the winter you boot across in your skidoo. In the summer you boot across in your boat, your canoe or whatever. But it's the in between where it's just frozen but not enough to take your weight that there's an issue there.
Quite get a boat through it, and you can't ride something on top of it.
Yeah.
But it's a
Whoa,
pain
whoa!
here
My computer's
because
shutting down.
all right, well, I'll keep talking, I guess. Can you guys still hear me? I'm gonna say it's a pain any time of year because even if you have to buy your groceries, put it in a boat, drive the boat across. In fact, you got to park your boat somewhere, which costs money. You put your groceries in the boat, you drive across, you take your groceries out of the boat, you take your boat. It's still a pain, no matter how you look at it. We lost Jess. Holy shit! Hey Jim, we're still going. Yeah. What if you use the cabin in the summer and live your short life? Yes, of course you can do that. I mean, we typically go with the idea that um we're living on our cabin year round kind of thing. We're retiring in our cabin kind of thing. But there's nothing that says, you can't have a cabin for occasional use and, still live your normal life in the city kind of thing. bye, Jess. Right? He's like, holy crap, my computer's shutting down. Randall says, yes, middle of Pacific, 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday. No, not quite where I was thinking Philippines time. Yeah, cheers, Randall. Welcome to this. Randall, I think you said your internet before was you're on US lines, right? Under the water? There he is.
My computer randomly shut down. I hate Windows with a passion that knows no bounds. I don't know what the hell happened.
That was really funny, actually.
I was like, computer just like, what's going on? Shivel. What's Anyway? Okay, I'm back. That's all that
Okay,
matters, right?
I talked about a bunch of these comments. I talked about Agnes, Jim. Yep, we're still going.
Yeah, I don't know why we're still going, but
Yep, and Shawnee. Oh my.
oh my, that's a
Um,
particularly George Takei thing to say.
there we go. Read that one.
A friend had a cottage growing up on an island. That was cool.
George the gay. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. He's all like, oh my. This is
No, you're right. You're right.
yeah. Why did my computer shut down?
I'm surprised it came up as fast as it did.
Are you kidding? As soon as it shut down, I punched the button. I was like, you can't do this to me.
Well, even my super fast computer that I just bought, you know, powering it up and logging in and having everything going is
Yeah.
it's longer than you were gone. Jeez.
Yeah. That was a fast restart. Um, his parents kept their car and boat trailer at the grandparents on the lake. They just loaded up there. Yeah, and like if you're living on an island, I don't know
That's
if
lucky.
yeah,
Well, and City Girl and I on an island. There was a small cottage on it. But it was really close to my uncle's cottage, so I knew for a fact, and there was a small boat launch near there, so I knew for a fact I could tie up at my uncle's my uncle's dock, and we could launch our boat anytime we wanted, and it
hmm,
would have been awesome. But it turns out that getting a mortgage for a cottage is not the same as getting a mortgage for a house.
no. Don't you kind of wow? That's nice too, actually.
That is very close to this cabin's design, actually.
Yeah. Now the one thing about it is, I don't think that's near water at all.
Well, okay. And you know what? The reason I pegged this picture is because there's no view.
Yeah,
There's
there's no
none. I
view.
mean, it looks like the direction this picture was taken from is like probably the driveway.
Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of some of the cabins that my grandparents used to buy. My mother's parents would do this thing where they'd buy a cabin. The dad would fix it up and they'd flip it. My grandpa would fix it up and then they'd sell it and buy something else that he could fix up. And a lot of the places they bought were kind of like this: no big view, no big anything, but you're out of the city. And sometimes, like for some people, that's enough. For some people, they really require a view. I would love a view, but if a big, if like whatever 100 acres or 80 acres or whatever fell into, well, if that much space, you can find a part with a view, can't you? But like, I'm just wondering, for some people, getting the hell away from the city and having a place to go to at the weekends and like have a little fire is enough. And for some people, they really want the view. And I don't like this place. I like the cabin, but it does look kind of like it's tucked into a forest rather than placed.
Like there was a big forest there, and they just kind of
They just
carved out a
carved it
section.
out, stuffed a cabin in there.
And I feel that way about Sean James' first property. And it's
Hmm.
like there was no view there. He just carved out an area, and then he plopped down his various buildings. But
Yeah.
I if I had nothing else, I'm with you. I would love to go there. If I had nothing else, That'd be my place.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love having a great view.
No, yeah, and you do have a fabulous view. By the way, here's a response to you from Randall. Fiber optic cable from the U.S. to your islands.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't quite get the 5 kilometers,
No,
5
5,000
kilometers,
miles of underwater cable.
5,000 miles. I It's got to
That's
come
a
from
lot of
somewhere.
cable.
5,000 miles from where? Like California?
Hawaii?
It's a long
No,
ways.
not Hawaii. I like geography, and I'm failing right now. Well, that's because I've drunk a lot of freaking whiskey, but
Well, no, it's Hawaii. It's got to come from.
it's got to come from Hawaii, right? That's the closest.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's.
That's far. Country Boy agrees that anywhere out of the city is a good thing. Yeah. Oh, okay. Excuse me, says Bowen Island is closer to the mainland of Vancouver and sustainability is greater. Again, access to water, but Salt Spring Island is losing it. No spring water and no rain catchment water either. I've been to Bowen Island and it was a nice place. Um, and says to Destiny, stick with what you know. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the lakes and the rivers that you're used to. Yeah, absolutely. I think. Well, I don't know. Like because I'm sitting here in the middle of a city and dreaming of getting a place, some acres and everything. Um, Stick with what you know means you'll know how to deal with what you got. But maybe you don't always have that option. Like maybe it's like, okay, I can afford this. I've never seen land like this before, but I can afford it. Do I buy it and build on it? I would. I absolutely would. Look, to me, Russell is grumpy about it, but he's not here because he's seeing a man about a hearse. To me, the Boreal is the way to go. But I am like a solid 5 hour drive from the Boreal, so I'm not gonna. If I won 30 million tomorrow, I could quit my job, but my wife would not. So I still would be stuck looking for something within a 2 or 3 um, hour drive. You know, I'm just checking. What time are we at? How long have we been doing this? Okay. Um, Hold on a second. Everything just sort of jumped. Salt Spring is apparently a shite show. Yuppies and more yuppies. Hey, Agnes is getting into a copper tub. Okay. I love it. I love it. I don't own a copper tub, but oh man. That sounds so dangerous liaisons to me. I love the image of a copper tub. Steam rising off the water. I should have been in bed like a half hour ago. I like that place.
You know what captured me about this place is the drive up to it.
Hmm. And
Um.
look at how like it's ground floor at the drive, and then it drops off really fast. So that it's like, what is that? 2 stories, 3 stories on the back. Two,
hmm,
pretty as hell.
yeah.
I love it.
I remember my parents owned a cottage in for anybody in Ontario, Lake Joseph, which is part of Muskoka, which is like the most beautiful area ever. And the driveway there was really long and winding and through trees, and I that was my favorite part of the ride. It took an hour and a half to get there, but my favorite part of the ride was that driveway. So
And
I'll always remember that.
in terms of, hold on, I'll be right back. Be interesting for a few minutes.
So obviously, I got this picture off of Realtor. This place was for sale at one point. I'm gonna guess it's on an island because there's no roads going anywhere from the cabin to anywhere. But this is very nice. It does look like it's in the Boreal. That looks like boreal everything. Scrubby brush, stupid trees. I don't care for the boreal personally. The boreal is like no maples, no oaks, no birches in the boreal. Oh my god, forget about it. Forget about it. Even pine trees. Are there pine trees like white pines in the boreal? I don't think there are. They're just this shit. Shit trees, shit scrub. Shift. Anyway, do you like island living? This place looks super nice for this island. Like they carted in a whole pile of crap, and it looks like I want to say it looks like a cement. Oh, maybe not. It could be wood deck that goes around. And a little shop. I don't know. I don't like it. Agree. First note, they must have barged in the building materials. Yes, absolutely. Oh, I do like fins and make like a sauna. I don't get the reference. Yes. Yes, fiber optic cable from you via Hawaii. They're halfway between Hawaii and Guam. How does that work? I mean, they lay the cable down. How deep is it? Does it cross the Marianas Trench? Does it lie right on the bottom, or? My God, I'm really curious. Yes, excuse me. I'd love to have a sauna here, especially when Jess comes back. All right, turn on your mic, Jess. What are you eating? Are you eating cheese?
No,
You're eating cheese. You got a wheel of cheese back there.
I have cheese, but Cody made oatmeal cookies tonight.
Scott also says you got some cheese.
I do have cheese. Of course, I have cheese. Come on, look who you're talking to. I'm fat. Of course, I have cheese, but Cody made oatmeal cookies, so
Here. I'm gonna buy a wheel of cheese and send it to you. You know the wheel of cheese is as big as a horse, kind of thing. Yeah.
Hey, holy crap! Tenenbaum is still. Whoops. Tenenbaum is still up, man. Oh, that poor guy. He must be.
What's everybody drinking? Dab dark.
What the hell's Dab?
I did.
I've done some damage to this bottle tonight.
Dab dark.
So what's a Dab dark?
I don't know. It's dark beer. Tastes pretty good. Not an IPA, anyway. Okay, we're gonna next picture.
Oh yeah, small.
There you go. That's
if I'm living solo, that's a dream place. If I'm living with like,
it is small, so it's like a you and another, but all other than that, it's perfect, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're right on the water. You're
high enough. You don't get, soaked. You're not going to get flooded out.
It doesn't. You know what? It looks like boreal, so I'm going to say that's a -10. But
you know what I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing a chimney. Jeez, I'm not seeing a chimney.
Damn, you're right. I can't believe you're right on something like that. You know what? I bet it's a propane stove that they got in there. What's that little thing? I bet they've got a propane stove. I bet that's an Airbnb.
Might be.
But you know what? If there was a little wood stove in there and a bed and a little kitchenette, and I tell you what, like a lot of people think, oh, how much can you do with such little space? But my neighbors Dan and Glenda, they had a 12 by 12 cabin, and it was perfect. They had bunk beds for when their grandkids came. They had a futon that was always in twin mode because
Hmm.
they never set it up for otherwise. With a TV, they had a little kitchen, a wood stove, and a little dining area. And I'm like, I walked in there. I was like, this is perfect.
Yeah.
For 12 by 12, 144 square feet, you got everything you need here.
So imagine you walk into this place on screen here, and you see that it's baseboard heaters. That would
Yep.
let me down in a big freaking way.
Baseboard, like propane
Yeah.
baseboard.
Baseboard like electric or a propane heater. Like that place needs a wood burning stove, and it ain't there.
Yeah.
I would put that in as soon as I bought the place.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny how they've taken about down a bunch of trees around the area.
But they're not well positioned for solar, it doesn't look like.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? Like, so within the context of tonight's call, before we started looking at these pictures, like if you're looking at being off grid full time, long term, I don't think they're off grid. Just looking at this picture,
Oh, they're definitely not.
I bet you
No
it's
wood
electric
stove.
baseboards.
Well, there might be solar panels on the other side of that roof. We can't see them, but I assume there aren't.
Hmm, maybe. Brandel is drinking Budweiser with a squeeze of fresh lime, which reminds me a hell of a lot of what you start with every um, live stream, Russell.
Yeah.
Lime and lager.
So another stock photo, but
Nice place though. That
it
kind of
does.
looks like it's in Ukraine or Slovenia or something to me.
I love the log post right in the middle here because it's got
Burrows.
three different burl, well, four or five different burls on it, and possibly more starting.
Yeah.
And same as the other post as well. Come on.
Is it
But
in Eastern Europe somewhere?
the title of the picture is Wooden Cabin, Remote Wilderness, Alaska, Yukon River, Yukon Territory, Alaska, USA, Wooden Cabin, Remote Wilderness. So
Interesting.
either
So it's in the
either
Alaska Yukon area.
Alaska,
I don't know
Yukon.
why I thought it
Yeah.
was sort of Eastern European. Something sort of maybe it had something to do with that weird chimney sticking out of it.
However, it looks like it was really built by hand because all the
Mhm.
logs sticking out are all different and carved differently and
Yeah.
done differently.
Kind of a cool place.
Yeah.
I would not have done the chimney that way under any circumstances, but I'm sure there was a reason for it.
Oh, the stove is right on the deck there, though. Like, what the hell?
Oh my god, what the
Maybe
I
they're
was
doing
about to
like.
use a word there. What the funk is the wood stove doing on the deck instead of in the house? Especially in
Maybe
the
they're.
Alaska Yukon, the greater Alaska Yukon area. What the
Okay, they're
heck?
maybe they might not be that bright. They're maybe hoping that the heat will heat up the logs and. But no, it's more probable that they're doing maple syrup or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah,
Because
that's fair
otherwise,
enough.
it's really stupid. But it's a fair point that I don't see another chimney on the roof, and in fact, the roof looks like at a really low slant, which is awful for way up north when you get a lot of snow.
Right. But
Like
and
you
that's
want
interesting because I get what you're saying, and
to.
because Dick Prenicke's house had a real like gradual slope to it, right? And I couldn't figure out
you,
why.
you can get away with that as long as you just like take the snow off the roof a lot.
Russell, look what
You
I
know,
did.
kaboom, kaboom, boom. I
Like
did.
from there down to there.
I gotta get me some of that scotch.
Not this one. There are better ones. I was gonna make a suggestion for you earlier, but then I realized I was late for my live stream. So,
I just
um,
want a
oh,
cheap.
I think that's a smoker and not a heating stove.
No,
Oh
don't
no,
think
that's a
so. No, that's a
no. But look, it's got coffee pot on it and everything.
yeah.
I think maybe that's their outdoor kitchen. Look at all those plastic buckets of maple
Well,
syrup.
that's,
No, this.
you know, it could be. Yeah, that's what I said. It could be maple syrup. They could be doing there.
But if they're in the Alaska Yukon, they're not making maple syrup. They might be making birch syrup.
Oh, you know what? I think that's my last picture, by the way.
Very nice
Oh yeah,
collection of pictures.
you're right. If that's in the Yukon, there's no maple trees up there.
No,
And no, are there any birch trees? I don't think so.
I don't know. I know birches go a lot further up than maples do, but I don't know if they go that far.
You know what? It's I gotta say it's moonshine
Mm, it might be moonshine.
or just stupid tea or something. Yeah. Although
Mm,
no, I don't. I don't think so. I mean,
so
it could
good.
be so
Look,
good.
it's a wood. Yeah, yeah, look, Russell. Look, see Russell. Look, see poop. Mm.
So the
Tea is a good drink, Russell. Tea is a good drink. So that did look like it was just your typical wood burning stove. They had a coffee pot on it and everything, but if it's out there, it's because they're making something. They're not trying to heat their house with that stove. They're making coffee, yeah, but they might be making syrup. They might be making. Oh, Tim says maybe they're making pine tar.
you, y yeah, pine tar is great for it's a glue essentially, but you're not making so much that you have a wood stove sitting on your deck, dedicated to doing that, right?
Yeah, Country Boy. He said that the stove is on the deck. That's why the pipe is that way, which we had noticed as well. But he thinks it might be a smoker. Maybe they're
Well, you
smoking
could
some
have
bacon.
there's got to be a place to put meat. I mean, that's just a all right. We can go back to this picture, but I
Yeah,
mean,
bring it
that's
back.
just a there's just a wood stove there. You put the wood in it. You need a great big enclosure on top of it for the meat.
What are they doing, those saucy fools? Linda says that those are food grade buckets. So they got food on their porch, or they're growing food on their porch.
That's fair, but I mean, right now on top of the wood stove, there's just a couple of kettles. I'm not sure what this is on the bottom. Maybe a no. I'm not sure what that is.
I I have no idea what's going on with this cabin.
I mean, the
I'm
only
angry
thing
at these
I could
people. What the hell are they doing?
possibly think of is they're doing. No, I have no idea what they're doing.
Because there's no alembic or anything. There's no still. There's no like. Why do they have a wood stove outside their cabin? What
We
do they
really need
do?
to figure this out. My God.
The only
I
thing I can think of is like that's their outdoor kitchen, right?
yes.
Because it gets really hot in the Yukon, Alaska, in summertime, so they're cooking outside with
But it
the
is a good question. I mean, what are all those buckets for?
and like Dennis is saying sort of the same thing as I'm going for. Buckets for collecting
No.
water, great, which I hadn't thought of. Outdoor stove because it's too hot to cook indoors. But does it get that hot in the Alaskan Yukon
In
in the summer?
summertime. In summertime for sure.
I
Yeah.
guess so. Like if this is June or July or something, then yeah, okay, that's legit. This picture. I mean,
God damn it. We need to know now.
we gotta contact the people who own this cabin.
Hi, Grace, by the way. I don't think I said hi to Grace. There's Dennis.
I can't believe you guys are still hanging with us this late. Um, Country Boy is sticking with Smoker because anything else hurts his brain. Okay, fair enough. And like the thing is, what we were saying about maybe it being syrup before would gel if those buckets were for syrup. But if you have to if 40 liters of sap turns into 1 liter of syrup, look at how much work they've done for all those buckets of syrup.
Yeah,
Like,
if you want to do syrup on a serious basis, you
yeah,
don't use buckets to collect the sap.
no,
And
they like to cook outside. Yeah, I think maybe that's it. It's an outdoor kitchen kind of thing.
still, wow.
But yeah, there's a mystery going on here that I need to know about.
Damn it, I'll figure it out. I'll do some search. Next week we'll clue you guys in. We'll do
I will
the.
likely be late next week because I have a meet and greet at the English School Board.
Oh my god,
Yeah, I know, it's awful. Drives me crazy.
the flowers are nice.
Um, there are plants in the buckets. What? Zoom in on those buckets. Zoom in on them buckets.
There's
I mean,
no,
there are plants on the buckets here. Yeah, there at the
no
front, but the
there's no,
white buckets have no plants.
no.
The white buckets are all like feedstock for their cattle and their ducks and stuff, which are
I
off screen,
agree.
but they.
I agree that they're probably food grade, but
Mhm.
that doesn't answer the question. What's that looks like maybe a filter on that one, and as well as that one. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, I see it. Oh, I
Maybe
want to know what's up with this cabin now. I'm gonna like
here.
drive to the freaking
This is.
Yukon
You know what's funny
and
is
Alaska.
it's funny is I just watched Knives Out again last night. So this is kind of like what we're going through. Is like we're investigating this picture. We're like drilling down and going, okay, wait, but
Yeah,
if that white bucket committed the crime, then look at this part of the bucket.
look at this bucket and then that bucket. What's oh, Russell Ilka Trooper says hi, Russell.
Ilka, hi Ilka, welcome. She probably saw my comment on my video because I said, "Come here."
Did you? Well, thank you very much.
Hmm, that's a bit weird, but oops.
Dennis says that they're pee buckets. So then, of course, Country Boy comes back with that's a lot of pee.
I, yeah, you know what, Dennis? I don't put it above our possible solution. I know what it
I
looks like. Uh, I've emptied many.
These people have obviously figured out what it takes to do the off-grid long-term thing. But I need to know what's going on in this picture because why don't they have a chimney coming up through their roof?
Okay, but I mean,
Or is
there's
that just the angle of the photo kind of thing? Like if you zoom out, is there any hint that there's a chimney popping out somewhere?
there is
Right,
no hint. I mean, there's something on the left side here, which looks like
solar
oh,
panels.
probably. And what's this way over here on the? Oh shit!
It's
Sorry.
another cabin.
This way on the left here looks like what is that?
That just looks like a birdhouse or something. I'm wondering if, like, if
Maybe
you zoom out, if there isn't a chimney popping out from the opposite corner from where we are, and we just don't see it because of the angle of the photo.
I'm fully zoomed out.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe we just don't see the chimney because of the angle of the photo. There is a chimney or whatever you call it coming out of a wood burning stove. Opposite corner, cat corner from where we are.
There could be, or even it doesn't have to be fully in the opposite corner. Okay, look at that. There's these things here. Like this could be a little bit of a
Yeah,
greenhouse,
yeah, these are clearly tiny greenhouses. Yeah.
and they're covered up because it's fall, like late fall. So
Yeah.
they're worried about the dew and the freeze point or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the tools on the wall here, I mean they've
Yeah.
got a very dirty rag here.
Yeah, gotta have a
Eight,
rag. If you're in the
two.
Yukon, you need a rag.
This is probably hip waders, and then a couple of pots and a washboard for music.
Stuff for music, yeah. Because up in the Yukon and Alaska, Zydeco is very, very popular.
Look at the snowshoes over there
Yeah,
on inside the pots. That's
they're prepped.
real.
They're prepped.
For real.
What's the stove for though? This is not the kind of frustration I was expecting when I started tonight's live stream, by the way. I need to know what that stove is there for, aside from making their coffee.
Damn it. We're gonna spend thousands of dollars and like
We're going to fly there,
hundreds of hours of time trying
fly
to
to
figure
the
this shit
Yukon,
out.
scour the whole territory, cross the border into
Well,
Alaska.
it's Alaska, Yukon, so we're crossing a lot of land. I think the Yukon's pretty big, right?
Yukon's pretty big. Alaska's even huger. Is huger a real word?
Yeah.
Start that again. Is
Huge,
huger a
huge
real word?
is also a word.
Is it?
Damn it.
This is all fantasy. What is that stove doing on the freaking front porch?
And it's on. It's
Yeah,
burning.
and it's that's the thing. It's burning, and it looks like there's a coffee pot on it. So they're making their afternoon coffee, and
It's gonna it's
that's a lot of work for a pot of freaking
it,
coffee.
it's gonna be like the realtor came along and was like, you wanna set up something for a greater shot? And they're like, do you want some coffee? Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, why
Oh,
not?
okay, that's cool. There's smoke coming out of that shit. So let's
And snap.
and scene.
But like, this looks like a really cool, maybe a slightly eccentric, but very cool cabin.
Oh, I like the cabin. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, well, they need a drip edge and some fascia and this pretty crooked roof line there.
It's crooked as hell. Yeah.
But otherwise, and some water collection. But otherwise,
Country Boy says huger, more biggerer.
bigger.
More biggerer.
Does
Sam says unsplit wood, perfectly piled. Those pails are suspicious, but I think it's a weekend getaway cabin. He says something interesting about all that piled wood that's not split.
he does? That's weird, but yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
that is kind of weird. Is that like I just why did you show this picture? I need to know about this cabin now. And like it has no bearing on my life, but I need to know.
Well, it's interesting that they brought in all these rounds and piled them up.
Yeah.
Because they still need to be split.
Uh-oh, hold on. Randall says no lime cordial here. So Bud and fresh lime will have to do. Thanks, Russell, for the tip. Also, no Corona. Randall.
Oh, Randall, you need to listen to this guy.
I don't
I'm
love
pointing to
the
my
lime.
penis. I'm pointing to Jess.
It's a good thing that you clarified.
Yeah.
I don't like the lime cordial that's available in the stores, the roses. So I made my own. I found a recipe and I made my own, and it's delectable. And I did a video on it. Did I do a video on it, Russell?
You did. Yeah, you did.
Moonshine operation. I don't see any copper coil. Meth cookhouse. Oh, Dennis, that would be the biggest disappointment ever if it's like, I gotta know, and we show up, right? Because we've got money to buy tickets, and we show up, we gotta know about your cabin, and like, dude, this is where we make the magic. It's like, oh, I came this far for that. I just burned down the cabin. Dear Mounties, I'm not being serious.
Anyway, Jess, what were you starting to talk about? I can remember.
I have no freaking idea. I was talking about because Dennis said something that totally distracted me. Before that, I said something. I have no recollection of what I said. Oh yeah, so I did a video, I believe, on making lime cordial. Specifically, I made lime cordial because of Russell's channel. Because I hadn't had lime cordial in years before Russell's like, yeah, it's required for this and that. And I was like, I don't like all those chemicals, so I made some. What do we use it in? There's lime and lager, and I think I made it for the raspberry rock shot, didn't I?
Raspberry Rock Shot.
And
Okay,
I
so
tried to make a raspberry rock cocktail, and I still don't feel like it's.
okay, so you had your homemade lime cordial in a lime and lager, and then
Yes,
you had a lime and lager when you came here. So which
yes.
which did you prefer?
Mm. No, my lemon lager. No, that's not what I meant to say. My lime cordial I used in. I tried to make a raspberry rock cocktail rather than a shot. Because the measurements for the shot in a shot
No,
are delectable, but when you expand them to an actual cocktail, you need to kind of mess with them a little bit.
no. My question was, you had a lime and lager at your place, right? You had just a straight
Maybe
lime and lager.
yes.
Oh God.
Look, at my place, it was better because it was my own lime cordial.
Okay, so let me bring you forward to when you came here. Buxus
Um,
was about to start. We poured ourselves a couple of lime and lagers.
Yeah, we did.
Started drinking from the gel mug. Little. And how was it?
Mm. It was fine. It was innocuous. It's a good way to start the night.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
into lager myself, so adding the lime was definitely a dimension that pumped up the interest for me. Um,
Now I gotta look up the live stream just to prove you're wrong.
no, I thought it was good. Um, why I thought it was good? He said, after fudge finishing a bottle of scotch. Christ,
A
Russell.
fudge?
Um, well, it's because I'm still trying not to get demonetized. I'm not completely 3 sheets to the wind here. I'm just 2.5 sheets to the wind. The thing is, the lager that we used is a beer that I actively dislike, but adding the lime um, changes it into like a more of a beer drink than a beer. I'm trying to see my screen here. Copper pipes. Tenenbaum. Oh, did I actually turn that on or did you?
I did not.
Huger, more bigger. I'm just trying to catch up with this. Why are you guys still watching this?
Well, we want to know what's going on with this cabin, but I mean, we can.
I definitely want to know what's going on with this cabin.
Or this one.
I like that one, but I'm afraid that that's not off grid. It's electric and it's floorboard heating. Floorboard is that what they're called when they go along? Those long things on the
Well,
you know.
I do want to see a wood stove in that.
I want to see a wood stove too. I think that would be ideal, but there's no chimney. It's not there.
There's no. Oh my God. I should Photoshop one in, and then we'll be happy.
Yeah, I didn't even get to comment on that down the one that you just showed because my damn computer shut down on me.
We're
No, no,
gonna
go
pick
back,
our
go back.
favorite. What do you mean go back?
Go back to the one that I didn't get to comment on because my computer shut down. The one that was on the massive lake. No, next.
That one?
Next.
Nope.
Next.
None of
That one.
that.
I totally wanted to comment on this, and then my computer decided, you know what? Funk you. No, not going to happen. Um, that looks about ideal to me. You're far enough away and high enough that if everything floods, you're not losing your house. It's got a lot of big windows. It's just it strikes me as being the sort of the après ski thing rather than true rustic. You know? Yeah, no. But I like how it has an outbuilding that I would put a workshop in. I'm totally talking as if Russell was still here, but the rest of you can hear me. Like, how many people are still watching? Unbelievable. 24 people. You guys are heroes. You guys are heroes. Okay. Um, well, I'm going to go down to everything just jumped. So, baseboard heating does suck. Absolutely. We have electric heating here. It's not baseboard heating, but you know. Oh, Linda's having another licorice tea. Sorry. I know I'm up later than I thought I should be. I'm going to kill this. Boom. Put user in timeout. Bam. It's okay. I'll use my powers only for good. Oh man, I don't know what photo you're talking about. That's someone's boathouse. I think that was the previous one. It's a mystery show. This is definitely a mystery show. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I almost put you in timeout. Excuse me. Sorry, but I didn't mean to do that. But I almost did just because I clicked the wrong part of the. He's got 3 towers. I don't see 3 towers. Ah, Russell, Tim is looking up that Yukon cabin as well. Now we're gonna find out. We're so, you know what? We need Al on the story, on the. It's not a story on the case. We need Al on the case. Al would find out what's the story with that Yukon Alaskan cabin.
Yukon, Alaska is a pretty big area. Just
That's why
saying.
we hire Al. We offer him bottles of the blue. There's got to be a special edition that he doesn't have yet, and we spend big freaking money to buy it. Why did you collect these pictures of these beautiful, beautiful areas?
For your live stream.
Man, this is work, dude. This is fabulous. You made my live stream better than it should have been. And
Oh,
right there, man, that's the man who started it. How many outdoorsmen and like off-gridders and homesteaders were started by watching this guy's movies? Do you think?
he inspired many people.
I know he inspired. He inspired what? You know, the problem is, Russell,
He inspired many people.
I finished this. So, yes, thank you for saying what I was trying to say. Yeah, he inspired a lot of people. Lots. I'm sure he inspired Sean James. Like I can see that the
Oh,
Dick
sure.
Prenicky blueprint, not in what Sean James is building specifically, but in what Sean James is doing in a conceptual sense. You know?
Well, he did a series of videos of going to Dick Prenicke's cabin.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I'd forgotten about that, but you're right. He did. He went to Dick Prenicky's cabin. I would love to see that cabin. I would love to go there.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding? Like seeing that cabin?
Yep.
Because a lot of what we talk about, a lot of off-gridding and all that stuff, like a lot of that is I lost track of what I was trying to say. He is the alpha to the omega. That's a lot of off-gridders these days. Yeah, guys building their own cabins. Like I'm thinking everyone from TA Outdoors to Sean James.
He
You
he
know.
had no idea what he was. I mean, he made those videos thinking that he would go around and show them to people and talk about it and do a circuit. But he had
Hmm.
no idea the far-reaching extents of what he did and how many people he would reach and inspire. And
And I wonder if he had known, would he have sort of like, whoa, can't do this, right? Would that have added a stressor that he couldn't handle? I'm trying to bring Randall Graham's comment online onto the screen, but I can't find my freaking cursor.
he was the original YouTuber, the original vlogger.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you're absolutely right. Where's my cursor?
Because there were other people out there doing stuff like that, but he went out there with a camera and he was determined to show all this stuff.
And at a time when this
So
was a
thankful.
lot harder to do, by the way.
And you know what? That kind of thinking has rubbed off on me because there are times when I have a camera and I'm filming something incredible. Something right now is incredible, and the the human nature is to put your camera down and go and just to witness it and go, oh my god. And I sit there with the camera watching the view screen, this tiny little view screen, thinking
Hmm.
it sucks watching this view screen when I could be witnessing this whole thing. But you know what? It's the video will last forever. My memory of it is just a fleeting thing.
You know what's funny about that is that, like, I've gone the opposite in so many ways. Like, I I realized that I was experiencing so many things through the filter of specifically this camera that's filming right now, that I stopped bringing the camera sometimes just so that I could experience the moment in the moment,
Yep.
you know? But what you're saying is the opposite, but the
I'm saying the
longevity of what you're saying, like the longevity of your approach, like does it outweigh the purity of the moment if I don't look at it through a view screen, a viewfinder?
and the answer to that is yes. And I hate the answer, and I don't like the answer. And but the answer is absolutely. You should always go for the video because
Because it'll be there forever.
the video is there forever, and your memory is not.
Yeah,
Even I mean, the experience firsthand of something is awesome, but your memory of it is not that awesome.
fair enough.
But
And you know what's funny
the video
about that?
is. The
Okay, so Randall says, "Okay, thanks, Jess. I will look up the Lime Cordial video on your channel. Thank you, because was just trying to find it and I can't bloody see a thing right now." Um,
How long ago? 9 months ago, maybe?
it was a while ago. Dennis is saying good night to everyone.
Good night, Dennis.
Tenenbaums, of course, says something that makes a
Sam
lot of
is
sense.
still
That is the
here.
power of storytelling using film. Um, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And what you're reminding me of is how um, Neil deGrasse Tyson once talked about how um, eyewitness testimony is worthless, and it's too bad that the courts depend on it, because eyewitness testimony is provably non-dependable. And yet, like, I made this decision that I was going to film less and just experience more, because I wanted to live the experiences more. Like, my kids in the forest, or me in the forest, or my wife and I in the forest, or my kids, or whatever. And, but maybe you're right. Maybe documenting it in, like, there's this concept that, sorry, there's this concept that anything that happens online is there forever. And I don't think that's true, but it is there for a bloody long time. And so is it more worthwhile to document it online, right? Put up a YouTube video or whatever? Or do I just turn it all off and just experience the moment? Because lately I've been moving more towards just experiencing. Gonna start that sentence again. Lately, I've been moving more towards just experiencing the moment because the purity of the experience is bigger. But is it better to have the videos to look back on? And there's a perfect example of this, which has, by the way, nothing to do with tonight's subject matter. Um, I go back to the two videos where Camille announces that she's going to have a baby sibling. She has no idea what. And the video where she announces that her sister was born. I watch those two videos all the time because I never see Cody in either of those ways anymore. Right?
Hmm.
Because now she's like 11
Hmm.
and she's never going to be either of those two girls again. So like I'm not convinced that you're wrong, Russell. I think you might be right. I think that maybe the way I've been doing it for the past year and a half has is maybe I'm like robbing myself of future memories.
Is there a but?
I don't know if there's a but. I like to always have a but I don't know if there's a but to this. I know there's a I will think about this to this, but I don't know if there's a but. Why'd you say that, man? Well, now I'm all like questioning myself.
Well, I mean, you think about it where, I took a lot of, we had a video camera from when the kids were a very young age. And
Hmm.
I have a bunch of videos where I'm videoing something the kids are doing, and something the kids are doing is so awesome and amazing. I'm like, oh my god, oh, this is great.
Yeah,
And the camera is just pointing at the ground right now. Like, oh, this is awesome. And I think, oh shit.
yeah,
And then my memory of those events are nothing. My memory,
yeah,
the older I get, the more my memory is like just a washboard.
yeah.
And but those videos are everything. Those videos are solid. They're you know everything that happened.
Yeah, because the videos don't bring their own emotions to it, right? They don't bring their own memories to it. All they are is a record, you know?
Oh, but no, that's not quite the way you should look at it, though. I mean, the videos and the audio from those events will provoke the same emotion as if you
Hmm.
were actually there.
Yeah. I like what Tenenbaum, who heroically is still with us, says. Hopefully, you reach a place where the act of filming doesn't impede on your ability to be in the motion in the moment too, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
But you know what, Tannenbaum? I am totally the opposite now. I I'm all about the video of the event, the video and the audio of the event. I want to catch that before my emotional
It's yeah,
being in the event. I think that's more important than because because of the way I am. I mean, mostly because of the way I am. My forgetful memory. I will never remember the event as good as
yeah,
simple camera will record that.
absolutely, yeah, that's true.
But
Um,
like a single video of the event, I can watch that over and over and over again, and I will have the same emotional response as if I'd actually been there, and
yeah,
I
fair
will have
enough.
every single time I watch that video.
Yeah, fair enough. Tim's been looking for that cabin too. That the Alaska Yukon cabin.
While you're at it, look for this one.
Oh, that one's beautiful. Such a nice look at that. Just
Damn, that's
tucked in there.
I
Gorgeous.
don't know where that is. I mean, it's obviously it's somewhere where tourists go because there's an iron railing, but I want to know where that is. That's amazing.
Or that's just the road to the cabin, but whatever it is, it evidently does fall
Um,
spectacularly, you know?
I mean,
Um
damn, that's nice.
I
And
love
you know,
it. Uh
yeah.
such a nice little cabin too. Cliff says, "Holy smokes, just is still going. I guess he doesn't have work in the morning." Oh wow, we're at like half past midnight. How did that happen?
We're
Uh,
not going an hour and a half over normal. We're just
we're just
oh,
chit chatting. Excuse me, tells Foxit to give the boy his freedom. Let him move around. Don't get in his way. You'll only bring him down. Mama, let him play. Let him play that rock and roll. Tim just found the photo. Yeah, but what about the photo? That's the thing.
It's a thing. Ding.
Oh, whoop, look at that. Brian Vstrom is here. After watching people age and hear their memories change, I think a film would keep them a bit grounded or provided a hell of a good sign that they're slipping. Yeah, and that's what I'm sort of like. Maybe what Russell's saying makes more sense than my philosophy over the past couple of years has been. What the thing that sort of not the reason, but the catalyst that made me sort of put the camera down a lot over the past couple of years is that one of my daughters, at that point, the only daughter, Cody said, asked me to stop film. She was doing something and I was filming and she was like, no. And so it was a really weird moment because I hadn't realized that everything she did had me like holding my phone instead of just experiencing the moment. So I was like, every time she says no, I just delete the video. And apparently, like some friends say, don't delete the video, but just don't put it on Facebook. And others say, yeah, that's the way to go. But what it did, in a more general sense, was made me think I'm not experiencing these kids in the moment. I'm experiencing these kids as the guy who went through film school, as the guy who wanted to be a director, as the guy who wanted to, And so that's when I started putting the camera down just a little bit. Has nothing to do
Hmm.
with what you want to plan for if you're going to be in the woods long term. By the way,
Never delete those videos. Save them all.
yeah,
And
and I was deleting, and then someone finally said, "Stop! What are you doing? These are moments you're getting rid of." So like, like these moments turn into memories, right? So I've stopped just deleting the videos, but yeah, I don't put everything on YouTube or on Facebook or Instagram
yeah,
anymore. It's amazing how much video we have compared to what our parents had. Like
mm,
I know it's never in a family where the dad had like a what do you call it, like a high eight or any
eight
of that.
or something or
Yeah,
eight.
yeah. My family never because we were poor as shift. Okay,
What I heard, Jess, is that there's more pictures taken in a minute. Right now, there's more pictures taken in a minute than there were all during the 20th century.
I don't doubt that at all.
It's
I
crazy.
have no doubt that you're right about that. None, because the fact is, it is so much simpler than it used to be. Right? It's like,
Oh yeah,
oh, click,
yeah. We
photo
weren't all
taken.
fucking around with cell phones that take pictures. Then.
And I'm a guy who spent his 20s and his 30s with an SLR tucked in his jacket, right? Film SLR. Not this thing, this DSLR, right? So much better, by the way. Um, I spent the whole like my 20s and my 30s, maybe into my 40s with a DSLR always around my neck, tucked in my jacket. I said DSLR, but I meant SLR.
Mhm.
I drank a lot of whiskey tonight, so if I say something that doesn't make sense, just shut up about it. Look at that.
Just shut up about it.
Just
Just stop pointing at me. It's rude.
sorry, Sam.
Shut up, Sam.
Sam, the next comment you make has to come from a guy who's drunk some rye, a little 100% rye. Um, you know what? It's like. Imagine yourself, Russell, at that cabin. It's like 7 in the morning. There's still mist coming across the water, and you're out there having your morning coffee.
Oh
Come
yeah.
on,
Oh yeah.
right?
And I'm grabbing my fishing rod or something. Like
Something, whatever. You're like, what am I going to do today?
I just go swimming.
Whatever. The day is ahead of you, right? and you're sitting there. You're on that balcony, that well lit balcony, but of course it's the morning, so it's not that well lit.
Maybe I'll just go in the hot tub.
Fucking right. Oop. Funkin' right. I'm gonna sit in my hot tub. You know what? Maybe today I'll take the canoe out. Maybe
It's
today I'll just take a
nice.
hike.
It's nice. Whatever, man. There's fog in the air. There's smoke coming out of the wood stove.
The morning mist drifting across the water. Holy crap.
You probably get used to it. You probably be like, yeah, whatever, man. It's
Okay, there's an interesting question, right? Because whenever I'm in like the woods or whatever, he said through a yawn. Okay, here's a perfect example of this. The last time I went, no, the first time I went elk, by which I mean, can I start this sentence again? Okay, and the first time I went moose hunting out in the Gas Bay, my wife has a cousin who owns a tree farm. And so we were hunting on his tree farm. But the night we got there, after like 13 hours of driving, it was dark. There was like the stars were amazing because it was a kind of a dark sky area, very small town in the Gaspé. And I looked up and I was like knocked on my arse. I was like, gosh, wow, total gosh, wow. And the guy, the cousin who I will not name, was like, tu aimes ça des astres? And then he sort of went inside, which is
disaster.
yeah, you like those astral things. I said, trying to come up with a translation after a third of a bottle of whiskey. But like, oh, you like that stuff up there. And then he went inside. And I'm like, yeah, I like that stuff up there. Come on, don't you? And it's like, he never looks. And it's because some people, when they're surrounded by utter gorgeosity, they just get used to it. And some people will never get used to it. And I want to be the kind of person who never gets used to it. Right? I want to be the person who gets knocked on his ass if he looks up and there's a spectacular spangle of stars above. I want to be that person. I don't want to be the person who just goes, yeah, whatevs. Right? I don't want to be the person who looks, at a lake with a mountain on the other side and ugh, like an evergreen forest. I don't want to be the guy who looks at that and thinks, yeah, whatevs. I want to be the person who gets up every morning, caught, you know, can is not the word I'm looking for, cup of caffeine, looks across the lake and thinks, oh my freaking God, what is this spectacular vista? But like, how do you not become used to it? Like, how do you not become, I don't want to say jaded because that's not the thing. Like, how do you become the person, how do you not become the person who just sees it every day and just like, well, yeah, okay, whatever, you know?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Because I live here full time, and I've become that person who looks. I walk out in the deck and I look at the night sky and go, "Yep, same as last night." But Jess, you need to become the person who has a city life and a cabin life,
Mm.
and you
Think
go
that's the
between the
magic?
two. Because I'll tell you what, every time I go back to the city, I mean, we have a condo in the city, so a girl lives
Yep.
there, and I go back there, and there's like traffic noise and everything I hate about the city is like right there, like light pollution and crap, rude people.
Yeah.
But I don't go there very often. But certainly when I go there and I think, oh yeah, that's why. But
Yep.
99% of my time is right here at the cabin. And
Yeah.
I don't notice how great it is until I'm back in the city.
So you sort of get used to it and then fondness,
It's
and then like you're absent from it and then you're like, okay, yes, yes, yes.
I want you to buy some property and build a cabin like right now.
I know. I am in agreement with
And
you.
so that you can enjoy the Difference between city life and cabin life. I mean, just do it.
I would like to point out that Tenenbaum has found the person who took one of the photos we're talking about. Probably the one where we've been like trying to figure out, and says that maybe we ask him.
So,
So
so excuse me, ask a good question. I'm gonna show the. Hold on here. I'm gonna show the thing. Oh my god, there's like 10 steps to this.
as always, I'm just I'm trying to copy this URL so that I can look it up later, but I'm having some trouble.
There. Whoop. Sorry. Hold
Sorry,
on.
I'm. What do you do when you wake up and look across your pond? Hmm, good
There.
question.
There.
Excellent question. That's a morning shot. That's a
Ex-
morning shot from a couple of years ago because that dock is still in good condition.
no, I kind of cropped out that part of the dock.
Again.
No, that was taken this morning.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's a morning view that I would love to have.
There you go. Excuse me. It's nice that I have a YouTube channel, so I never get tired of like filming the changes of season. What's going on in the pond and stuff like that.
Yeah. Nice view. Nice view. Especially now. Crumbs. I'm trying to copy the URL that Tenenbaum put there, and I just keep fricking it up. I'll stop. I'll do it later.
Jess, we should probably close this down.
What time are we at? Crumbs, it's a 1:45.
It's late.
It's late. I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that no one's mentioned anything that we need to mention. Just stop pointing at me. It's rude. Why you be hating? Apparently, the stars are huge around 3 a.m. According to Linda. What are you doing at 3 a.m.? Go to bed. Apparently, Lipstick says, Linda says I should take the family to a log cabin for a week. I don't mind doing that. Could just build a cabin on Russell land. No, I'm not gonna. I want my own land. I want to buy some land in Ontario or Quebec and build a little cabin. I don't want to invade Russell's land. He's got his own chunk of land.
I mean, he could.
He's got enough land that I could, and he would never see each other. But still,
Good. When you retire, maybe.
yeah.
Talk to me.
If I retire, Russell. Good thing I didn't review this bottle, because now I've gone and finished it.
Cheers.
Guys, why are like 19 of you still hanging with us? I could go until 2. I'm not gonna go until 2 because I gotta work on them today. But
I mean, I could find another beer.
like, Excuse Me is still here. Well, Excuse Me is a couple of hours behind us.
It won't be cold, but I can find another beer.
You don't have more cold beer?
Well, I've gone through a whole lot of beer tonight.
I love this comment by Excuse Me that I can't bring up because I cannot find my freaking cursor. Jesse, you need to calm your mind. Yep. Linda is apparently always up at 3 a.m. It's not. No, it's not 3 a.m. Don't do that to me, Linda. Darth Vader is still here. 24-hour marathon. I would love to do that one day. If I ever win 30 mil, the first thing I'm going to do is a 24-hour marathon. Agnes got out of the copper tub. Finally. That's a nice long bath. I would love a copper tub. I never even thought about that until you mentioned it, but just the idea that there is such thing as a copper tub makes me like, want one. Cliff is never leaving. Good to know. Excuse me, is Spaceman. Hey, you know what? Did I ever tell? Yeah, I've told Russell this, but did I tell you? Can I start that again? Take two. I think Russell's heard this, but I don't know if all of you have heard this. When I was, um, I used to go moose hunting in the Gaspé. Okay, and I sort of mentioned that my wife's cousin has a tree farm, blah blah blah. So that's where we'd go moose hunting.
Any chance at all that you're going to catch COVID from me?
And we put this one year we put like one of those camping trailers back of the land. Took the wheels off. It's like this is where it stays. And one night I went out for a piss, and so I walked far away up, sort of like it was at the back of one of the corners of land that had these new trees growing on it. And so I walked towards the road and I took a piss in the bush. And then I turned back and I saw off in the distance it was like the orange lights of the windows on the camper, because the lights were on inside. It was like whatevs. Far away in the camper. And then I looked up and suddenly like this shooting star went across the sky, but because I was in a dark sky zone rather than Montreal, where everything like in Montreal, as a shooting star is like a brush stroke that disappears, right? Pew! Just like a line and gone. But out there, where there was no urban crap, it was like this roiling little thing of flame that just went and just disintegrated into like little bits right above the little orange squares that were the lights inside the um the hunt the hunt camp. And I'm never gonna forget that because I fell on my arse. I look, I'm someone who has always seen himself as um an an explorer, born too late to explore, an astronomer who didn't get the math required to astronom, whatever, right? Like the sky is full of magic for me. I am enchanted by everything I read about astronomy, about astrophysics. But because I don't have the math, all I get is the punchlines, really. But like I had been predisposed to being enchanted by where we were in the Gaspé, because the first night we got there and the owner of the land said, "Ah, you like those the astres, whatever the hell those heavenly bodies or whatever." Like out there, the Milky Way was not just this nondescript stripe across the sky. It was this roiling band of clouds and stars, and we've lost track of what the sky looks like when there is or when there are no city lights around. Some of us haven't, but most of us have. And I never want to be in the position where it's like, oh yeah, whatever is the sky. Because looking up and seeing the Milky Way roiling across the sky, or seeing a shooting star, some people never get to see that. Some people never get to see that. They spend their lives in New York, LA, Montreal, Toronto, maybe nowadays Vancouver. When I was younger, Vancouver was pretty good about dark skies, but Mexico City, Paris, London, Moscow. There's such utter magic happening up there that people who live in light polluted cities never get to see. Excuse me says life. The world is small and life is short. Carpe diem, which is excellent. Agnes says, "Oh, piss it." Agnes says, "I should moisturize." Tenenbaum, I just if I see his name, I want to click on it because I know it's going to be good. User with the same name on YouTube as has his location as Spain, which goes well with the name and other photos. Oh, so maybe that picture's in Spain rather than where we thought it was. Interesting. Apparently, I need a big ass telescope and a start to chart the heavens. You know, it's funny because right behind me over there is my telescope. I don't have a huge telescope. I have 9-inch Celestron. The battery pack is dead though. I keep meaning to bug Russell about batteries, but I never remember to do it. Um, ah, man, Tenenbaum is like. I'm gonna click on that. You know, Manera is okay, that's a Spanish. Okay, must remember not to lose this. I will open that in another. Uh, okay, I will open that in another tab as soon as I can figure it out. The Milky Way can be so great. I have done it. If you're in a dark sky zone, the Milky Way looks completely different than if you're in like a city like Montreal or Toronto. Absolutely. Excuse me says something that's a little. This might be a little political, but I like it. When we know our own oceans, we get to chart the skies better. You're right that we do know more about. I don't know if we know more about, but yes, the oceans are important. I have no idea where my cursor went. I have lost track of everything. Oops, I lost my window. Tabernacle. One does not say that. For those of you who do not speak French, which is everyone in the side chat right now, I have just used the absolute worst Quebecois, a swear word. It's as bad as the F word in English, maybe a little bit more. So sorry about that. Good thing YouTube doesn't know the French very well. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. I can see the stars, but the trees are still in the foreground in silhouette. That's fine. Dude, you look high enough and whatevs. Russell, do you spend any time looking at the stars at night? Just waiting for Russell to reply. Just waiting. Because, like, here's the thing. Like, some people live surrounded by beauty and are just, like, inured to it. And some people live surrounded by beauty and can't get enough of it. The world is made of... I was about to say the world is made of two different people, but shut up, Jesse. Oh my god, it's 12:58. Why are you guys still hanging with me? Yeah, Russell's muted. So hold on, I'm gonna wait for Russell to come back on, and then maybe we'll shut her down because holy crap, guys, it's 1 o'clock. So not only I'm an hour late finishing, but I'm 2 hours late finishing, and I finished a bottle of whiskey. This one right here, this old Pulteney, which I bought myself as my Christmas malt for last year. Eminently disappointing in the context for which I bought it, but not bad for live streaming.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yep. We're at like 1 o'clock now, dude.
That's a bit weird.
Wow, it's just such an interesting chat. for you and for me, at any rate.
Shit.
So maybe, hold on a second. Brian says, I gotta take my glasses off because I can't see a freaking thing. In Vancouver, I saw watch all the time a metric crapload of satellites going east to west. When I was younger, Vancouver was a great town for star watching. It wasn't before like the Hong Kong thing happened. When I was younger, Vancouver was like city up to here and then mountains up to here. And then last time I saw Vancouver, it was like the city up to here and then mountains up to here. And when it was still kind of a small city, I used to go down to the what was that beach called? Ambleside Beach. I just like with my dad and my sister, and it was before they'd cleaned it up, so there was driftwood, and you could start fires. You could have campfires anywhere on the beach. Blah blah blah. We would stay there until God knows when, and just stare at the stars. And because there was magic in Vancouver at the time, because it wasn't light polluted, so you could see so much happening in the sky. And I don't know what Vancouver is like now, because my dad has moved to the Okanagan. So I haven't seen Vancouver in way over a decade. But like, I have good memories of lying on the beaches, Ambleside Beach, excuse me, dude, and looking up at the stars and seeing way more than I'd ever see at home, even back then. So yeah, so I if you're star watching all the time in Vancouver, I hope it's as good as it used, or I hope it's nearly as good as it used to be. Sam Jackson says, "Good night, kids. Take a B complex 50 and think a ton of water before you go to bed." Jess, shut up.
Good night, Sam.
Everyone
Love
say good night to
you.
Sam. He's probably already gone. Agnes says, "I'm the best." I'm glad you think so, because I sure freaking don't. Ilka says, in 1997, we took a 1 month car trip and we drove through Wyoming at night. The sky was so full of stars and the Milky Way is so vast. One night we took a bloom. I'm gonna start that again. I just want to point out what Brian says. The sunsets from Towers Beach are very solid. Ilka, a long time ago now, my band had we did a mini tour of the East. Not like we didn't do all the Maritimes in Newfoundland. We did like a couple of gigs. We did one or two in Prince Edward Island, and then one or two in bilingual province, New Brunswick. But we had to go through New Brunswick to get to the gigs in Prince Edward Island first, and then come back. And on our way to those gigs, like there's a whole section of New Brunswick, like hours where you're in the middle, and there's no cell signal, there's no radio signal, there's no nothing. And at God knows what in the morning, I'm asleep in the passenger side. My brother-in-law, who is also our guitarist, is sitting in the driver's seat, and he's driving my car. And I'm woken up by this, like, boom. Like he had swerved. And I'm like, what? It's like, I think I hit a deer. Like he thought that the deer had jumped out of the way, but he had just caught the rear, one of her rear feet hooves. So we stopped the car. We get out. We're looking around. Like there's no deer to be found. So we're like, okay. And for some silly reason, I just sort of glance up into the sky, and I fall on my arse because I have never seen a sky like that before. Because we're in the middle of New Brunswick, and in the middle of New Brunswick, there is sweet funk all. Okay, there's nothing. There's no lights. There's no radio. There's no cell signal. There's like nothing. There's no light. There may be a glow off towards like whatever St. John or whatever, but where we were, there was nothing but the bare silhouette of trees and the best sky I have ever seen. And so I fell on my arse, kind of hit my coccyx a little bit. That hurt, but I did not care because I was treated to the show of the universe. The only thing that would have made it better was if it had been like during the Perseids or something like that. I'm trying to find the comment I was. Oh, now the sky's orange with haze. That sucks. That's too bad. 2 days and 20 hours till Books Fest. Yeah. I don't know what Russell's doing, but it's funny. Translated from Spanish, including the town of Old Crow, who received us with infinite hospitality and let us cabin. We could spend a couple of days visiting the town. My guess is that okay, Russell, Old Crow, Alaska. That's like people are finding us that cabin. Stop playing the fiddle. Stop playing the fiddle. People are finding us that cabin, Russell. Agnes says that you need to take a pill, Russell. So take a pill, okay? Just take a little pill. Just take a little water, and you're fine.
Oh my god.
He's gonna go take a pill. So Tenenbaum, I think. By the way, Tenenbaum, it's got to be like 7 in the morning. Oh, 7 a.m. in the line of flat pack furniture. Go to bed. This isn't even worth your while anymore. We're down to 19 people. Why are there 19 people still watching this? Like Russell's off taking pills. I'm trying to keep things going, but I'm obviously sucking at it. What the heck is going on?
For fuck's sakes.
We're 1:06 in the morning, Montreal/Ontario time. Linda says, I know why that light is moving. Bigfoot playing with Chris's trailer light and trying to scare me. You know what those Bigfoot like to tease us humans. That sounds like a pretty good quote to end it on. What do you think, Russell? I think Russell agrees with me. It is now how many people?
An alien.
We're at 107. I was supposed to end this at 11, so I think that we've done pretty okay tonight. I'm going to shut her down so that I can not be terrible at work today.
David.
So,
David's here. Hey, your brother.
David, what the hell are you doing back here? I'm trying to shut this thing down.
David.
And now you're showing up. But yes, I think Russell is playing us out. I'm shutting her down for the morning. So everyone between now and next week I may be late because of a meeting I have to go to at the English School Board of Montreal. Russell is so irritating. Holy crap. So I may be late next week, but I will be on at some point.
Stacy's here.
Between what?
Stacy's here. Stacy.
Where do you see Stacy?
That you're here, Stacy. Stacy.
Really? Really?
Stacy and David are here.
Okay, seriously.
Hold on, this is really difficult. Hold on. This is really difficult, this part, because it requires 3 chords. Stacy and David.
Stacy, what are you doing showing up way after I'm supposed to have shut this thing down?
Stacy and David.
Wow, Stacy, this is a whole live stream.
We love you guys. Don't worry about Jess's bald head.
Are we sure we haven't changed Stacy, or is that like a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah. Tenenbaum says I'm getting kind of a cable access vibe at this point.
3 weeks. That took like 3 weeks to prepare for that. like so much
Well, you've done a good
um,
job.
training and crap.
So, for those of you who are still here, hilariously, we're shutting her down until
Love you.
hopefully next week. I will be late
Come
next
to
week, most
Discord,
likely, but I
David.
will still be on
Stacy,
at
come to
some point.
Discord.
Those who are interested, go to Russell's Discord. I will be going to bed. Between now and next week, please, for land's sakes, be healthy, stay sane, stay safe, and be kind to one another. Good night.
Oh, oh my god, did I time out or did he time out?
I'm waiting
I
for
timed
a
out.
pea soup before I hit the end broadcast button. Russell, you let me down. Pea
Oh, I'm so sorry.
soup.
I timed out like right near the end there.
Oh, yeah, you're totally frozen. Okay, so I'm doing pea soup for you. Pea soup.
I